for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Rocket from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Warning from the National Weather Service. This is a developing story we've been following you with regard to the spread of wildfires. That huge wildfire, massive in New Jersey, continues to burn. We told you it was breaking news as we began 24 hours ago. They arrested a 19-year-old, and he is still behind bars. So he's going to spend time behind bars, no bond. That was denied by a judge, as he'll face the music, as they say, face a court next week. But National Weather Service just issuing what they call a special weather statement. This is an alert for the elevated risk for the spread of these wildfires, particularly in New Jersey. But we're seeing this up and down the East Coast. We told you about Carbon County, Pennsylvania, wildfire there, Jim Thorpe area, almost 600 acres burned. But this one in Ocean County, man, this continues, 15,000 acres burning, and the smoke levels, not great air quality. Dan and I will get into talking about this new air quality report for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, much of the East Coast, Maryland as well, New York, and then the West Coast, California. Not great news about pollution and air quality. And part of the reason for that is these wildfires. And it does beg the question, when you think about the California wildfires, when you think about these Jersey and Pennsylvania wildfires, is there something we could do differently to manage the Forest Service? This was an issue that Trump obviously brought up during the those California wildfires. Is there something that they're doing differently?
You're not suggesting we rake the forests, are you?
Well, they can, you don't have to rake all of them, but I know some people who've done this in the past in their career. And so they use those, they actually used specifically John Deere equipment and would use equipment to create, if you think of a firewall, let's say in row homes, basically doing that same philosophy.
Okay.
So that at least you stop the spread, because it not only spreads on the ground, but what you don't want it to do is spread from treetop to treetop, so the fire can kind of dance, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like all my fire coverage from all the years in news, right? And that's something that is a real problem. So they can mitigate it. Is there something more that we should be doing? So we beg the question. But we have low relative humidity, so it's beautiful weather as we're again in the upper 70s
Stunning
today.
outside today.
Yeah.
Tom.
Wind gusts nearly 20 miles an hour. And so it's perfect weather for all of us to enjoy. However, it's also perfect weather, unfortunately, for the spread of fires, and not great for our firefighters battling the forest fire. Huge fire. They've got more than 50% contained, but it looks like rain tomorrow, thank God, even though I don't want rain on a Saturday, but we need it to help them just put the damper on this fire.
Yeah. Yeah, and so great that only, I mean, sad that the one business was hit, but only one business was,
Yeah, and to your point, Dan, you think about 5,000+ people evacuating, all the law enforcement involved, all the firefighters, and that's on the ground and by air. They obviously were having problems with people flying drones. That's dangerous. But thank God we don't have a report of anybody seriously or, God forbid, critically injured.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to look at the positive side. Sunday, by the way, the sun comes out, and it's really a picture perfect day for Sunday's forecast. But I will say I'm grateful for the rain on Saturday.
Yeah.
Even though.
We need it.
Yeah.
And to those who have father-in-laws like mine, maybe not be a pyrotechnic this summer season as we go into it.
What are you saying?
Yeah. My father-in-law loves his bonfires.
Okay.
And he's very smart about it, but, all it takes is just one slight mistake. And, you leave one smoldering ash. You walk away, and something like this can turn, catastrophic. So just be careful.
Yeah,
be
well
careful.
put. But we haven't seen this like we're seeing in New Jersey for decades. There's more than 20 years. So we've got that going on. We just want to give you that weather warning and weather update, because the weather's always relevant, obviously, on a Friday afternoon. Trump news, President Trump, obviously, and First Lady Melania, they are heading to Rome, where obviously with Pope Francis, the funeral tomorrow, 10 a.m., many dignitaries, and among them attending, our United States of America president, the Trump family will be over there. So he was leaving, and reporters caught up with him, and it sounds like he's talking about the gamut, Dan. This is the first time that we're hearing him this morning. So let's listen in.
And Iran, I think, is going very well. We'll see what happens. We're working on plenty of things that shouldn't be worked on, because none of this stuff should have happened. This should have been taken place by Biden. It should have been fixed by Biden, but he couldn't do it, nor could he come close to doing. So anyway, we're going to Rome to pay our respects, and we'll be leaving that same day. We'll be coming back home tomorrow night. And I'll see some of you over there. Otherwise, I'll see you on television.
How was the Whitlock meeting this morning? You said you spoke with President Xi. Have you spoken to him since the tariffs? When did you last
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times. Yeah. From Japan? From Japan, I'm getting along very well with Japan. We're very close to a deal.
On tariff.
Will you be meeting the president? I'll be meeting with the Italians. Yes. Your prime minister? No, the president Zelensky. It's possible.
Sorry, there's more. I just wanted to hear what you had to say there. What'd you say?
Because Zelensky is going to be attending the funeral. We know that, the Ukraine president.
Oh, really?
And so he'll be there. But they were trying to press him. You see him visually, if you're not watching on YouTube, visually you see him walk away from, because you have the press pool. So he clearly is walking away to somebody who he believes is going to ask him, I think, about Italy's prime minister, who they call the Trump whisperer. He really likes her. And so I think that he believes that he's going to be asked about that. but they ask him more about whether or not he would meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky. And he's, and he kind of, he's not, he doesn't want to, he clearly is being disciplined, being careful. I will say he doesn't want to really talk about that and ruffle feathers because I think it's at that delicate point. And so they were asking about wide-ranging issues. The mainstream media, just so you know, the talking point is the mainstream media is saying, well, he's very Putin friendly. Oh. He's being accused of being Putin friendly. And I think that's what you're about to play, Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, is that I think he has another motive, and that's peace and saving lives.
Prime Minister? It's possible.
How would you as the First Lady remember Pope Francis, sir? How would you the First
Very well. Good man. He loved the world, actually, and he was just a good man. I met him twice. I thought he was a fantastic kind of a guy.
Time magazine that President Xi called you. When did that happen, and what did you discuss?
I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Let's see if we can make a deal.
The Witkoff-Putin meeting. Any updates on the Witkoff-Putin meeting, sir? The meeting right now. What do you hope can transpire?
They're meeting with Putin right now as we speak. And we have a lot of things going on, and I think in the end we're going to end up with a lot of good deals, including tariff deals and trade deals. We're going to make our country rich, but we're going to try and get out of war so that we can save 5,000 people a week. And that's what my aim is. I want to save 5,000 young men. They happen to be mostly Ukrainian, Russian. 5,000 young Ukrainian and Russian men, and that's a big honor if I can do it. I think we're pretty close.
So the president, you see First Lady Melania Trump, maybe just 5 or 6 feet sort of to the side as she's listening in, and she's wearing her sunglasses, looking fabulous, obviously, but wearing I actually bought, and I have to confess, I bought an overcoat that is a Donna Karan overcoat that looks like, I love this overcoat. Sorry.
No,
I digress.
I paused it right at a moment where you can see her in that beautiful overcoat with the glasses. And I've definitely seen Dawn Senslin rock that look, I got to say. And he rock it well.
She's got these sort of light, thank you, Dan.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's not khaki. It's more of a stone white. Maybe it's Ralph Lauren. Maybe I think it's the Donna Karan one. God knows. There's probably Dolce or something. But
she kind of looks like a spy. I'm not suggesting Melania is a spy. I'm just saying like she has that kind of like vibe going on, right?
But she's like
just, James Bond.
Yeah,
Bond.
Melania. Yes. So I'll go back to news. Russia and Ukraine. Here's what they would get, because I think they're close to this, and that's why he's being really careful. And as well, remember, we know from Caroline Leavitt and from others, they have been talking in negotiations with 34 different countries, and they had. As of yesterday, we talked about nearly 20. They had things in writing to resolve the tariff stuff. So I think that he's trying to get all this done. Number one, formal U.S. recognition of Ukraine's Crimea Peninsula as Russian territory. That's huge. That's a major departure from the past. And so that's a big one. De facto recognition of Russia's occupation of 4 regions in eastern Ukraine, meaning the U.S. would acknowledge that Moscow controls the Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. Those would be formally recognized.
Impressive.
And they were formally considered Ukrainian land. Those are the ones that reportedly they all speak Russian there. And so there would also be a pledge that the United States of America would not support Ukraine becoming a member of NATO. You know full well that is huge. And then lifting sanctions to boost Russia's economy, which has struggled obviously throughout the war on Ukraine. So if they do the peace deal, the sanctions get lifted. And then a chance for more economic cooperation with the United States, especially in the energy and industrial fields. Remember that Trump is always thinking in the back of his head winning the AI race. And he had mentioned those precious minerals that they need for the AI. And Putin, remember, had said, he had spoken up about this and said, well, we have those precious minerals you need. So we'll see as far as this goes. The media, many critical of this, saying that it slants too much to Russia. But I think you hear Trump saying, is he saying 5,000 a day, Dan? Precious. Is he saying 5,000 lives a day?
Yeah, I think he said something. I can pull back to that if you'd like.
Well, we have right now the guesstimate. Nobody reports this, and he has pointed that out. President Trump has, that more than 1 million casualties in total. Just wrap your brain around that over the past 3 years. It's sickening. He wants to end. He's saying, end this. Is it worth your son's life? I think when he says 5,000, I think he's saying 5,000 daily. That's how many Ukrainian and Russian young men are dying daily. That's I can't even imagine the devastation.
President Xi called you. When did that happen, and what did you
They're meeting with Putin right now as we speak, and we have a lot of things going on, and I think in the end we're going to end up with a lot of good deals, including tariff deals and trade deals. We're going to make our country rich, but we're going to try and get out of war so that we can save 5,000 people a week, and that's what my aim is. I want to save 5,000 young men. They happen to be mostly Ukrainian, Russian. 5,000 young Ukrainian and Russian men, and that's a big honor if I can do it. I think.
So what a monster that he wants to save the lives of 5,000 young men that they've been losing weekly for 3 years. Oh my God, I can't even, and nobody's going to play that. Nobody's going to just point that out, that he's just saying, let's have peace. He went on to say that if it were up to Putin, he'd take the whole thing. And he has said that if Biden were still president, quite frankly, he probably would have. And that was because Putin saw the opened window, if you will, the opportunity after the disastrous withdrawal by the Biden administration, and that was the withdrawal out of Afghanistan. So we have all of this. Think about how much, we're not even to 100 days. And you think about how fast-paced this is. You can't even keep up with it. As they're saying, hey, we're going to get this tariff thing done. We've got 34 countries we're dealing with. And, Melania and I were flying over to the funeral. This is spontaneous. Obviously, they weren't planning on this. And they're still working 24/7. I don't know how you keep up with this pace. It's incredible. But he also knows it's a race against time because it's limited, right? Because you've got this 2-year period when things could change. The political climate could change when those off-year elections happen. So he knows he has to get all of this done. And in the back of his mind, he's also thinking about artificial intelligence and owning AI and making sure, because that would guarantee moving forward over the next, this is over, my kids' lifetimes, let's say, not even our lifetime, but the next generation would benefit if America could glom onto this and own the production. In other words, not just AI, but also how you power it, because we know it takes so much more power, energy, and that's what it's really all about. And that tees us up, actually, for Andre Beliveau, Commonwealth Foundation. He's the policy expert when it comes to energy. So we'll bring him in. We'll have the conversation. Thanks for being here. Happy Friday. Thanks still for bearing with I don't know if we'll talk about the air quality. The allergies are through the roof. The colds.
Why
oh my
do you
goodness.
refuse to admit it's the Italy flu? I said, why do
it's not.
Why do you just refuse? You refuse?
You know what? I'm looking at this air quality report. I should go back to Italy where they have better air quality, quite frankly.
That's what happens when you eat too much pasta.
Well, the Dawn Show continues right after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So we teed it up to talk about energy. It's all about energy. First of all, to make sure that our economy thrives right now. And in Pennsylvania, Trump always says we're sitting on liquid gold. How to tap into that, lower our energy costs, and that will obviously supersize the growth of our economy, lower the prices, cool things off, cool off the inflation. It's the answer. And then it's also on a broader worldwide scale. Energy matters because if you think about energy worldwide, if we can harness that so that we can power the AI, then we're king of the world, baby.
We will develop the liquid gold that is right under our feet, including American oil and natural gas, and we will also embrace nuclear, clean coal, hydropower, which is fantastic, and every other form of affordable energy to get it done.
Yes, get her done. Which brings us to our friend at the Commonwealth Foundation, Andre Bellevue, I should say. We both have had this, I don't know if it's allergies or whether it's this cold.
Hey, Andre, how you feeling, man?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm better than I was earlier this week, but thanks for having me on this morning. I appreciate it. If I cough, I apologize in advance.
No, me too. It's going around, and part of it is they're saying that the wildfires actually in New Jersey are affecting all of us and our air quality. Then the pollen, what a mess. So
Dawn, while you bring up an interesting point about wildfires, everyone talks about things we can be doing for the climate and the environment, and I would suggest that instead of taking away reliable energy that is powering modern life and allowing technological innovation, instead of doing that, how about we deal with forest management and proper ecological restoration, get our forest fires under control. That would probably be a good thing to do to help the climate and also help preserve our natural environment.
Well, that's what I think. Sometimes a lot of people think, "Oh, this is politics," and I don't pay attention to politics. But the truth is, policy and politics, it impacts your life, every aspect of it. When you think about the quality of not just our economy, the quality of our lives, but even what you're saying right now, that there have been changes that were supposedly environmentally friendly that said, well, leave the forests alone and don't do this drastic foreign management, but backing off that. And now we see the result. And then you look at this week, they came out with the air quality report, and you can't help but notice it's East Coast and it's West Coast. And in part, these wildfires are to blame for that, hurting our air quality, which then obviously has the domino effect of hurting our health.
Absolutely. And on the West Coast, you have, it's further impact. Obviously, they have issues with wildfires as well. This is a problem all across North America. But then they also have a ton of carbon emissions that come over from China and other parts of Asia that, of course, come across the Pacific and wind up on the West Coast. But, we won't talk about that. We'll just shackle America's economy, even though we do it cleaner and we know how to do it well and right here, even with our abundance of fossil fuels, which is lowering emissions in the United States because we do it responsibly. But let's not worry about China's emissions. Let's focus on America where we do it right. Let's find more solutions in search of a problem, right? That's the best way to do politics these days, it seems.
So, Andre Belva, when you see, as far as the policy, and I know we've talked in the past about, we've had conversations about the past administration, even in the past Kamala Harris, what she wanted to do moving forward with energy policy. And so here we are, and Trump just this morning, President Trump saying that they're trying to get these deals done as far as tariffs, and part of this is working out deals with, for example, Russia, and that would take away, all of the limits that they have that they've put in place, such that maybe now we would do more deals with Russia as far as energy and open those things back up again. What do you see as you look at not just Pennsylvania and in America, but then zooming out and looking worldwide with regard to Trump energy policy and the state of such policy?
For sure. Well, I think, we're coming up very soon on the first 100 days of President Trump's administration. And I think, particularly in energy policy, and again, we have to remember, a big part of his campaign focus was drill, baby, drill. And it was really about unleashing and unlocking American energy dominance. And he's done that. He's had a whole sweep of executive orders, making it, showing very clearly what he intends federal policy to be when it comes to energy. And it's moving away from Biden era policies. It's even moving away from this, so-called all of the above energy approach that even some conservatives were willing to embrace, which ended up what we saw from all of the above in reality was it wasn't all of the above. It was all of the above in order to achieve some form of climate-centric goal. It was it was a matter of subtraction. It really wasn't all of the above. It was, let's flood our energy markets with subsidies for unreliable energy like wind and solar so that we can forcibly, through government fiat, remove fossil fuels from our energy mix. That's really in practice what all of the above meant. But President Trump has put forward a new proposal. He's like, no, we're not going to do all of the above. We are for energy realism. What does that mean? Energy realism, that means the real needs of American families and businesses for reliable, affordable, and secure power. So it's hyper-focused in one policy area that I think is particularly interesting for Pennsylvania, and that has been Donald Trump reversing Joe Biden's ban on liquefied natural gas or LNG exports. And when you're talking about trade and everything else, the United States went from a net importer to a net exporter of oil and gas. We're actually now the largest exporter in the world of natural gas, and particularly from LNG infrastructure. And this becomes critically important for a state like Pennsylvania, who led the shale boom that allowed this to happen. As you said in the beginning of this, Dawn, we essentially, they say, we sit on the Saudi Arabia of North America. The abundance of natural resources we have, particularly natural gas in Pennsylvania, is remarkable. That is our competitive edge. It is the comparative advantage that Pennsylvania has. It's the second largest producer of natural gas in the country. There's no reason that we shouldn't be trying to compete. We should be trying to compete with Texas to even become number one or tied for number one. And that's something like building more LNG terminals. And even Senator McCormick has talked about what we can do to bring an LNG terminal to the port in Philadelphia. That would be great, not only for Pennsylvania's economy, but also for the U.S. to expand further into global energy markets. Our number one competitive edge in the United States is certainly our natural gas resources. And President Donald Trump has set us on a course for good domestic policy to allow us to build out pipeline infrastructure, build up critical infrastructure for LNG terminals. Of course, that's going to require things like permitting reform, especially at the state level. So it's going to be really important for members of the General Assembly in Pennsylvania to work with Governor Shapiro to work with them on real permitting reform so that we can actually feel the benefits of what's happening at the federal level for American energy dominance. So I think as we start to build on this, and we hopefully start to see real reform in our regulatory environment, you'll not only see domestic energy production go up, but you'll see us expanding into global markets. Hopefully that means Europe taking more of its LNG needs from the United States. That would be very good for our economy and good for Europe. This is all in line with balancing trade, I think, as well. And quite frankly, it's also it's good for the economy. There's no reason Pennsylvanians in particular should be paying above the national average for their electricity costs, which they currently do now. And all of that, the stem of that is from state level policies that at this point now are competing against good policies that we're seeing coming out of Washington, D.C., which it's rare for that to happen, right? We're not used to good policies coming out of Washington, so we really need to be taking advantage of that.
So two people that I just want to bring into the conversation, and I know they've been active on social media, and you were reposting some of their statements. One is Secretary Brooke Rollins, who's Secretary of Agriculture. Obviously, Pennsylvania, huge agriculture state, and so that's important. So she's putting some word out talking about the vision of American energy dominance and then how it affects agriculture. And then the other individual is Secretary Chris Wright. And I know you and he were going back and forth as far as talking about energy dominance. One thing that struck me was that he said energy is not a sector. And I think you had reposted that one, Andre. He said energy is not a sector, it is the economy. It's not just a sector of the economy, it is the economy. Can you expand on that statement?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we really take energy and the power grid for granted. We wake up in the morning, you flip the light switch on, the lights come on. Your refrigerator's been running all night long, keeping all of the food that you purchased, preserving that and keeping it so you can feed your family. You turn the Keurig or the coffee maker on in the morning and it works. We really take that for granted, but it is a marvel of ingenuity that the grid has developed in the last decades the way that it has. We've taken that for granted because it does impact. It's not just it's every sector of the economy. Literally everything we do requires energy. Our mobile phones, again, just simply flipping the light switch on, using the getting water to flow into your house. The basic needs of modern life requires an abundant supply of affordable energy. And it's an abundant supply of reliable energy, because you need reliable energy in order to have that expectation that when you flip the switch, the lights are going to come on. So Secretary Wright is absolutely correct. It is not a sector. Energy is the lifeblood of everything that we do to sustain and move modern life into the future, which is why it is so critically important. And it's also this is a difficult area of policy, Dawn, right? You and I have talked a lot about the nuances of this. It's not simple stuff. It becomes very complicated very wonky. But at the end of the day, people just need to understand that the grid has operated successfully for decades because up until the last several years, we understood that we need energy sources that run full time in order to power what the needs of everyday life. And you mentioned AI at the beginning of this segment. You know, the needs of energy are increasing. Everything is becoming electrified, which means we need more energy. But we don't just need to simply add more energy in numbers. Those numbers need to be reliable. We need full-time energy sources. We need full-time energy sources like nuclear, coal, natural gas, geothermal, hydro. Those are reliable, what we call base load sources of energy that provide energy regardless of whether the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. We can't run a full-time economy on part-time energy like wind and solar that are constrained by whether the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. And current technology as it exists today just does not allow them to compete on equal terms. One day maybe that will be the case, and that would be great because we really shouldn't be picking winners and losers. All we should be saying is if you can meet a very basic standard of reliability that's going to keep the lights on and keep costs affordable, you're in. And that's been President Trump's energy agenda. That's the energy realism that Chris Wright at DOE has been embracing, and he's right to point this out because that is so critical, and we have to get that right. And luckily enough, we have the answer to that in Pennsylvania. If we can get, if we can get these remaining elements of big government out of the way, so that we can keep those basic needs for everyday Americans and everyday Pennsylvanians alive, so that we can keep modern life pushing forward.
Andre, when you talk about nuclear power, and on paper, if you were to pick one thing that it's clean, it's low carbon energy, we hear all of but I think there's something ominous. I think of, in Limerick, with those two, and it looks like smoke. Obviously, it's steam coming up when I go to the outlets to shop, and it's ominous looking. And I think number one, people fear nuclear power because when you say nuclear fission, I think you know what I mean? I think people fear that. You can understand drilling, you can understand solar, you can understand wind and that sort of thing. That's one part of it. But I think the other part of it is maybe nuclear power because it's maybe it's harder for the money laundering operation of those career politicians. And that's just my thought. I don't know if that's true.
Well, I mean, nuclear power, first of all, it's the most reliable non-carbon emitting energy source that we have, right? Nuclear is incredibly good for that baseload power we were talking about. It can run essentially 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It runs, I think, something like 95% of installed capacity, which, by the way, wind and solar operate less than 25% of their installed capacity, just as a comparison. So it's incredibly reliable, and of course, it doesn't emit any carbon. Its record also, I mean, people like to point to these a few events in history where accidents have happened, but when you look at the long track record of nuclear power, it is incredibly safe. In fact, one of the safest. When you think about how many people have fallen off of roofs installing rooftop solar, more people have been injured installing wind turbines and solar panels than have ever been working at a nuclear power plant. I mean, I think the OSHA numbers can show that pretty clearly. So it is incredibly safe. But you're right to point out, Don, it is incredibly expensive. And some of that expense is somewhat arbitrary because there's so much regulations that are shackling us from building nuclear power. So there's certainly a lot of deregulatory efforts that should go into looking at what's preventing us from unlocking nuclear power so we can have that additional source of baseload generation. But also, when people think of air quotes clean energy, I mean, you can Google it right now. The number one driver of lowering emissions in the United States in our power sector, it's not wind, it's not solar, it's natural gas. Natural gas burns super clean, and in Pennsylvania, even our own independent fiscal office in PA has said that Pennsylvania's decrease in emissions has come from its market transition from coal to natural gas. So natural gas, people like to call it a bridge fuel. It's not a bridge fuel. It is the fuel of the future. And we are certainly, if we want reliable, affordable, secure energy that's also increasingly clean, that's going to mean we need a mix of natural gas. We're going to need a mix of nuclear power and other baseload sources to achieve this. So it shouldn't be scary. It's super effective. it's reliable, it's clean, and what's really making it arbitrarily more expensive is because of, again, red tape and big government regulations getting in the way.
Well, and speaking of that, I know that this week in the past, I don't know, 2 to 3 days, there are these environmental groups they're all lawyered up, and they've hired the lawyers. They've been prepping for this major legal battle, showdown, whatever you want to call it, because they want to take on Trump's, all these sweeping efforts to cut back on some of these restrictions or federal regulations as far as oil, gas, and coal development. And so that's really, we'll see. But is that something you worry about?
I mean, we always knew this was going to go into the legal limbo, right? I mean, I think if we can hyper focus on Pennsylvania, we have our own legal battle from the environmental left coming up for us next month on May 13th. So we talked about RGGI in the past, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is the carbon tax that is a leftover from Governor Wolf that now Governor Shapiro is trying to keep alive in Pennsylvania. So the RGGI tax, Shapiro's RGGI tax that he's trying to fight to keep in Pennsylvania is going to have its day in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court on May 13th. So I think your listeners should definitely be paying attention to that. We have a lot of research on that at CommonwealthFoundation.org if they want to read up about RGGI. But that's another legal showdown that's going to be happening right in Harrisburg as well. So they're certainly the left isn't giving up on its climate-centric fever dreams. And there's inconvenient truths for them, though, particularly when it comes to RGGI. I mean, Pennsylvania is lowering emissions more efficiently than RGGI states. We have the data on that. So not only is it a bad policy, but the question before the court is, can the governor unilaterally impose a tax without the authority of the legislature? And if you care about the Constitution, the answer to that is clearly no. He does not have the authority. So we'll see if the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decides to uphold the Pennsylvania Constitution or not on May 13th.
We'll watch for that one. Andre, you sound great, by the way. So thank you. Thanks.
A lot of tea and honey.
Well, listen, I don't know. Are you an Eagle? I forget. Are you an Eagles fan? Are you a football fan? Are you going to watch tonight with the draft?
I'm a hockey guy.
Okay.
So for a hockey fan, I'm in a good place right now. I'm a Carolina Hurricanes fan.
Okay.
So we're in the playoffs. So my hockey season is still going right now.
I thought I was going to say he's a Penguins fan, Dawn. Yeah. I was going to say, 2 days in a row we had a Red Sox fan yesterday.
I know.
And now we got a Penguins fan.
Well, our friend, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your wise words. I hope everybody follows you on social media. I think most do, but we appreciate it. Get better, drink that tea and honey, and we'll talk soon.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me, Dawn.
Absolutely. Andre Beliveau, Commonwealth Foundation. He was on social media just also talking about not going for the low-hanging fruit. I mean, I like some of his wise words, not just, he does get into it with talking about energy policy and all that because it does matter. So we'll check in again with him mid-May, and that'll be more than 100 days in with the Trump administration. But as far as mid-May, Pennsylvania, what's going to happen with these RGGI rulings? We're all over it, but there's a lot of other news of the day.
You ever try nettle leaf tea?
Nettle leaf?
I've never heard of it. Tracy over on YouTube says, Dawn, try nettle leaf tea. She says also, allergies change with environment and age. She had bad allergies back in Illinois, living near the soy fields. That went away when she moved back to PA. So maybe changing environment, maybe construction outside the window.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, that, and don't they say, to your point, Tracy, isn't it every 6 to 7 years?
Is that what it is?
They say, yeah. So in other words, that's why sometimes your kid won't have the allergies, until they're like 7 years old, and they have horrible allergies. Then at 12, 13, 14, you know what I mean? Then it switches over. So every 6 to 7 years, your body goes through a cycle. But I imagine that RFK Jr. would say if your mitochondria is healthy within your cells, because we had that whole kind of masterclass on that this week.
How are your mitochondria doing?
My mitochondria
Have you checked in recently?
are doing well.
Yeah?
How are your mitochondria? Just hanging?
Mine are moving a little bit slow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You don't want slow
They might be organizing a strike against my body.
They're unionizing.
They are. They're kind of upset with the leadership, it seems.
I love it. So we'll hear from you. We have great guests ahead. We're going to have some fun as well. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Lost 1,000 ships in my heart, so easy.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. April showers bring May flowers, but bald tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at unitedtire.com. That's unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about this offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Another local story as we think about the suburbs. We had the young lady and the teenage girl, thank goodness, did the right thing against a stranger danger who's now in custody in Delco. But in Bucks County, there was an emotional school board meeting last night. I feel so badly to hear this is happening. At Central Bucks, the superintendent there, you may have heard this. I mean, I did report it, I think, once this morning, but he's Steve Yanni. And so he's being held accountable as the superintendent, placed on leave. And this is in the wake of a report that found the district failed to adequately investigate alleged abuse of special education students. This is Jamison Elementary School. And it's just horrible when you see the report. My only comment that I'm going to make on something like that is, number one, I'm thankful that there's some level of transparency, that it was reported in the first place to this advocacy group. However, if a child is, especially a special needs child, is suffering abuse at the hands, and this is alleged, of a teacher and an educational assistant, why didn't anybody call the authorities? So you have two ways to go here. You could go through, and I've worked a lot with these child advocacy centers, the CACs, and they're pretty much everywhere. They're in Philadelphia, they're in Bucks, they're in Montgomery, and we're very active, and I've been very involved in fundraisers for these. Risa Vetri-Furman, if you know her, she was the DA for a time in the burbs, now a judge, but she got me involved in this years ago. And so it's very important that this gets reported, and then that those victims of things can be interviewed properly by the experts and so on. So
I do have some audio from the board if you want.
Oh, thank you.
This comes from CBS News. Take a listen.
Parents didn't hold back during public comment.
These are children that don't have a voice, that aren't able to defend themselves.
They're angry and upset over how the school district handled alleged abuse in the Jamison Elementary School.
We see a broken and flawed system. Where is the accountability? Where is the transparency?
James Pepper, a parent and member of the school board, says he learned a teacher and a teacher's aide allegedly abused his 9-year-old nonverbal autistic son in his classroom.
He was restrained. His water was restricted from him. He was physically punished.
The Central Bucks County School District says they investigated and found no evidence of abuse, but a report from the nonprofit Disability Rights Pennsylvania found otherwise, citing abuse, neglect, illegal restraints, adversive techniques, and disability discrimination. For parents, they say their trust is broken.
My wife and I say this all the time. We will never be the same people.
Pepper says the district superintendent, Dr. Stephen Yanni, misled him and other parents about what occurred.
I received a phone call from the superintendent where he said that the only concern that he had was that there was a personality conflict between my son's aide, who is a hero, and the teacher.
We asked Dr. Yanni for a comment, but he did not respond. Also at the meeting, the school board announced that Dr. Yanni was placed on administrative leave as of Thursday night.
He shouldn't be allowed back, and same goes for anyone who knew about this.
The Central Bucks County School District confirmed with CBS Philadelphia that the board, district, and district legal counsel are reviewing the DRP and independent reports carefully, and safety is their top priority. Pepper wants those responsible for any abusive actions to be held accountable.
I will never stop until I get justice, not just for my boy, but for all the children in that classroom.
In Central Bucks, Carrie Corrado, CBS News, Philadelphia.
And so you can hear the level of emotion, and your heart goes out to these parents to have to find this out. I will say that, again, we'll wait for there should be a criminal investigation, and authorities, I don't understand why they're not dealing with the child advocacy, the CACs, because that's what they need to do here and have them as a partner. So I don't understand why the district investigated and they didn't bring forth, you think about Jen Shorn, who's the DA in Bucks, for example. They have that specialty unit, and they're an elite unit. So you need people who understand special needs children, who can properly investigate this kind of thing. And it's delicate work, but if you have highly trained individuals, which they have in place, then you can properly investigate. So I hope they get to the bottom of it. But you hear them saying what I had reported. I knew that the superintendent is, so for now with pay, that's what's happening here. So he's not being fired. He's on leave pending this investigation as it continues. I just want to give you a heads up on that one, because we sometimes within the school board meetings, we don't get to all of them. All right. Where am I going, Dan? Do I have to take a quick break here?
We do have to take a break.
Because
yes.
we have another great guest that you want to hear from. And this is, thank you, Dan, for, setting this up, because, we talk a lot about public transportation, and even going from yesterday, even today, talking to Andre Bellevaux, talking Commonwealth Foundation, that we rely on the grid. We rely on the government to get us where we're going. If you rely on, for example, public transportation. So whenever somebody steps back and says, well, maybe we need to change what we're doing, and maybe we should not be so reliant on government to run things like SEPTA. So is this a plan by a Pennsylvania Republican leader to essentially doge or make more efficient, help to partner with privatization when it comes to public transportation and SEPTA? And I'll also give you my take on how the local media is covering this one. So you want to stay right there. But first, we got to talk about, my friends, speaking of transportation, we got to talk about the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, really combining the luxury with also the high performance. And that's across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. You can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events restaurants we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
There is so much. I just want to go through some headlines. I'm a news person at heart, so I do want to update you on what's going on because it's really at a wicked pace, if you will, but there's a lot to talk about here as far as the news of the day. So in the headlines, and this is making a major breaking story, and it's a first, if you will, as far as the Trump administration and this Wisconsin judge, Hannah Dugan. And so in this case, with this justice, the FBI has ordered her arrest. She's been arrested. This is unusual, as the FBI director is accusing this Wisconsin judge of obstructing an immigration arrest. She's a Milwaukee County Circuit Judge, Hannah Dugan, and this is a first because I don't know of a time when you have a local official who's accused of interfering with federal immigration enforcement. Do you know what I'm saying? So this is the FBI Director Patel moving in, Kash Patel, saying that the Bureau arrested this Milwaukee judge, charged her with obstructing an immigration arrest operation last week. This is a real first as it's being headlined and getting tough with these local officials. So Patel, my brother had actually sent me a heads up. He's from Wisconsin, and this judge is well known in Wisconsin as a, obviously a political player as well. 6-year terms for their judges there. But Patel announcing the arrest of, she's a Milwaukee County Circuit judge, a local judge, if you will, Hannah Dugan, and putting that out on social media, accusing her of intentionally misdirecting federal agents who arrived to the courthouse to detain an immigrant who was set to appear before her in an unrelated proceeding. Patel writes on social media, thankfully our agents chased down the perp on foot. He's been in custody since, but the judge's obstruction created increased danger to the public. So I'm looking for court records to figure this out, but, this is Trump's FBI now going after a local official, so watching for that one. And then on the other side, we have Pete Hegseth. We have news for Hegseth as his chief of staff, has officially exited amid all of the Pentagon turmoil and maybe reported as it's purported to be a hot mess. That's what, if you look at the liberal media, it's Joe Casper. So he officially left his role voluntarily, but his departure does add to, to the media turmoil, if you will. I'll call it the media turmoil. How's that going for you? So this is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as the controversy continues to swirl around him. We've been talking about this a lot this morning as far as word that he had downloaded that Signal app onto a private computer. Remember, the word was that they said, oh no, they never downloaded anything on a government computer. Well, now the word is, okay, it was not a government computer, it was a private computer. That's worse. And they were using the wording in some media circles as he was cloning the app. He is not a clone, people. He was not cloning anything. So that cracks me up. They're making it sound, I don't know, bigger or worse than it is. But it sounds like, did he break a procedure? Didn't the Trump, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but didn't the Trump administration come out and say, we're not going to use the Signal app. We're not using it anymore. Wasn't that the word from them? This will never happen again. And we're not going to use the Signal app anymore, even though it was said to have been allowed at some point during the past administration or administrations.
Vaguely remembered. I'm trying to find any audio that might do that, though. Yeah.
So Pete Hegseth, they love, he's in the headlines. You know who's not in the headlines? Marco Rubio. Do you notice that? Sometimes I think when you are so good at your job, you're not in the headlines because you're doing everything right. So I'm just going to point that out to you. The media is not really talking that much about Marco Rubio. This week, he is doing the equivalent of me going home and, downsizing and donating a bunch of furniture and going through the closets and rearranging everything. And, then my husband go, oh, wow, you really changed everything. That's I'm just trying to think of a good analogy as far as what that would be like in your own house. But that's what Marco Rubio's doing. He's completely changing things around. And is there a lot of controversy over that? Because I don't see it. I'm looking at the Washington Post covered it. They covered it. But do you see this reported turmoil? They're focusing on Hegseth.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Hegseth is, what he did is blatantly stupid. I mean, so I feel like if you're going to have someone to focus on, I think it's pretty easy to focus on Hegseth. And I honestly think, everything that's going on over there seems like it's going pretty well. So you have the one guy who's making these mistakes. I think you call it out and you move on. And then someone like Rubio is able to operate as he has and do what he's done. And he's done it well, Dawn, I pulled the 20 seconds of Trump on Signal. This was back in March 26th. Take a listen.
Ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal and we use Signal and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform, and we're going to have to find that out.
So I believe that they came out at some point and said, yeah, we're not going to use Signal. This won't happen again. Maybe it was Sean Parnell, somebody like that. But back to Secretary of State Marco Rubio quickly, and I think I've headlined this for you, just so you understand, this is a huge overhaul of the State Department. And so you think about the State Department, the men and women in the shadows, right? And yet, I don't hear a ton coming out of the State Department as far as the news media saying, oh, he's a mess, that Marco, and he's doing everything wrong, and he's improper. So I've been impressed with him as Secretary of State. You can agree or disagree, 855-839-1210, but I feel that he's quite impressive. I think he's sharp. And I think that he's doing everything properly. I know that, they're downsizing, they're doging it. And so they're consolidating something like 100 bureaus. And this is just within the past few days that they've announced this huge undertaking, this huge overhaul to doge it, make it more efficient. Yes, they're cutting some jobs or encouraging people to retire, that sort of thing. But I don't hear a lot of backlash with it. I know that some of it requires congressional approval. He put that before the proper committees, and that all is in writing. So I think he has his ducks in a row, his I's dotted, his T's crossed. And just to cap this one off, I know that Tulsi Gabbard, I believe she has just launched what she calls a probe into figuring out all of these leakers within the administration. And there's this threat of putting people through lie detector tests. And I know that was one allegation, sources being quoted, that allegedly Pete Hegseth had become angry with some officials he was firing at the Pentagon.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has made 2 criminal referrals to the Justice Department against alleged leakers within the Intelligence Committee. This includes individuals who allegedly gave classified information to the Washington Post and New York Times. Additionally, there's a third alleged leaker who supposedly gave classified information to the Washington Post, and a criminal referral against them is on its way, according to Tulsi Gabbard. Now, Gabbard did not reveal too many specifics about the cases against these individuals, but she did suggest that the classified information appeared to have been leaked for partisan political purposes.
Point out what we know has been the problem for a very long time. One of the reasons why the American people voted resoundingly for President Trump was to root out the kind of politicization and weaponization of intelligence that has really undermined the trust the American people have in the intelligence community and the national security state, but really what also directly undermines our own national security. So I made it very clear to the U.S. Senate, to the American people when I had the honor of being appointed to this position, that we will not allow this to continue. We take this very seriously. It is illegal to leak classified information. And so what you're seeing here is me carrying out on the promise and the mandate the American people gave Trump. We conducted our own internal investigation. We have referred them now to the Department of Justice and the FBI for an official criminal investigation, because these are crimes and people need to be held accountable to put a stop to this.
So Tulsi Gabbard, threatening that. And yes, they've said they're going to put them through lie detector tests. But, you have to wonder if they watch Severance and they know how to beat the lie detector test. This is a little test for you, Dan. Don't you and Maisie watch Severance?
No, we don't.
Oh, you don't?
I'm familiar with the TV show.
Thought
but
you did.
Yeah, no. Henry's a big fan, though.
I think it's Severance. I think they refer to it. There are some movies, but the way, allegedly, to beat a polygraph or a polygraph test to find out if you're lying is to, and this is a medical thing, so I'm just going to say it, is to clench your anal sphincter.
Whoa!
When you're not lying, and then relax it when you're lying. And it works basically because the polygraph detects things like heart rate and clenching, causing the sphincter muscle causes an increase in those responses. Got it?
Really?
See what you learn?
I'll make sure to try that next time.
That's allegedly, this was in some.
Do we have any lie detector experts that can?
Do we have any experts? But allegedly, it's if you clench that specific muscle, but you would clench it when you're not lying. When you're telling the truth, you clench, and when you're lying, you unclench. So you would have to remember that. See, this is news you can use about your anal sphincter.
Yeah.
Right here.
We had
people.
sperm race news earlier. Anal sphincter news this time.
Woo!
Yeah.
See? That's what I'm talking about.
Today on 1210.
The sphincter. So we have that going on for us, which is nice. By the way, just a reminder that Monday, Philadelphia Eagles are at the White House, as well as our own Rich Zeoli.
Richie! It's going to be awesome.
Earlier, I had sent you guys this audio clip, and we debated it on Kale and Company as to whether or not Jalen Hurts will be there at the White House. And so you don't have to air it because he doesn't say anything. He was asked last night at this Time magazine gala. I think they took him off guard, but they asked him, Jalen Hurts, will you be at the White House on Monday? And it's a fair question. I think he was taken by surprise. Maybe he thought.
Are you planning on visiting the White House next week?
Thank
you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's like, why the heck did you ask me that, man?
So he looks surprised, and he kind of looks around, and then he just kind of nods and walks away. So what do you think? Do you think Jalen Hurts will not be there? He doesn't really like controversy, right? He doesn't.
Yeah.
So maybe he just doesn't want to comment publicly on it at all and just go with the team. Because Jeff Lurie said they would honor the time. What did he say? We will go, and we will, of course, respect this time-honored tradition. I think that was the statement from Eagles owner Jeff Lurie.
Well, I think it individualizes it to a degree, too. When you're asked directly like Jalen Hurts is, and you're going as a team, you can kind of shrug it off on a PR standpoint as to those that dislike Trump. Look, I was there with the team, or those that like Trump, you can say, hey, I was there supporting the president. But when you're asked to specifically take a side or plant your flag on one side or the other, that's a tough ask for an individual to do from a PR standpoint. And I don't know. I look at that and I think that's probably the best solution because, if he says anything pro-Trump, it's going to turn into some Jalen Hurts is pro-Trump. We need to be anti-Jalen Hurts. And then if he says something against Trump, then it becomes conservative radio saying, like, look at this guy. So I think he avoided any kind of further nightmares just by avoiding the question here.
I don't know. I mean, he could have said the Philadelphia Eagles, our team, or he could have just said our team is going to the White House. He could have said, our team owner Jeff Lurie announced that the Eagles are going. He could have said that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But even
I also wonder if publicists are wary after a WrestleMania week on a national standpoint where wrestlers were asked repeatedly about Trump and such, and even the face of the company, one of the faces of the company, Roman Reigns, threw out his public support of the president, and there was pushback against Roman Reigns, and it really usurped their WrestleMania weekend. So I just wonder if publicists look toward that and just want nothing to do with politics for that sole reason. Just now you have athletes striving to be apolitical when you had how many years of them trying to enter themselves into the political realm one way or another.
That's well put. Trump, as far as I think he was the first president to attend a live Super Bowl event. Jalen Hurts back then during a media day, I know he was asked about it. And I think that he just said, they said, what do you think about the president attending or something to that nature? And I think he said, he's welcome to do what he wants, just a short answer. So we'll see what happens Monday, but our own Rich Zeoli is going to be there to capture it all. So that's pretty cool.
Will Jalen Hurts be joining Rich Zeoli?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That would be fantastic.
Rich asks, Jalen, how many baskets did you make last night?
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, that could. Yeah, he won't ask any sports questions. But we have a great interview just thinking outside the box to solve the budget problems of SEPTA. So we have a great guest just around the corner right here on the Dolan Show. Be right back.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, I like it. Well, we're all boarding the Topper trains today because we want to get the latest. And this is, I love when people think outside the box to bring forth good solutions. And one of them is to evaluate the efficiency of anything, right? That's part of DOGE. We're seeing at the national level. But what about SEPTA operations? We've talked so much about SEPTA and the budget issues, which are a huge problem, chronic problem. So here's somebody joining us now who has a great solution. This is Pennsylvania House Republican leader Jesse Topper. So we're calling you the Topper Train. But Republican got the whole thing for you here. Well, happy Friday.
I'm sure that's not the only thing I'm being called, but I appreciate it.
Good one. Republican from the Bedford, Fulton area, Pennsylvania here. But this is a co-sponsorship memo that you've put in there in advance of introducing legislation. What do you want to do? What's your idea to try? I think this is great because you're trying to save SEPTA and at the same time serve those who need to ride SEPTA, but also save the taxpayers. Isn't that a win-win?
Right. We're looking for a long-term solution, long-term viability for this system. My grandfather lived in Philadelphia. I love the greater Philadelphia region. It needs mass transit, as any major city in America does, and we need Philadelphia to be successful in terms of our overall economy in Pennsylvania, and that's what this is about. We need new solutions because at the current pace, both at our state budget and then, of course, with SEPTA budget, we have a system that's in crisis, and I don't think we have a good answer for it. You can't continue every couple of years to be in a situation where we're saying we have this amount of money that can go into one aspect of our transportation system that I don't think is achievable. So what are the options? Well, the options are what you're hearing from SEPTA, which is they're going to have to cut services fairly dramatically, raise fees, which might be a part of the solution as well. But we also need to look outside the box and open this discussion up and see if there's a better way we can do it. I'm not talking about privatizing the entire system, but a public-private partnership could be the only way to bring long-term viability and stability to this system that's so desperately needed.
So especially for the buses, and I think that's part of what you're talking about, we think about rideshare services, how far we've come when we think about, we just didn't have that. It did not exist. There's that piece of it. And I always talk about the fact that, in fact, in Philadelphia, our school children at the high school level and many at the middle school level don't get that yellow school bus, like everybody else does, but rather take SEPTA. And part of that is that they've created a situation where you have a guaranteed customer being the school kids because they get a voucher or card, whatever that looks like. And so they get the free transport. That's their school bus, if you will. And that brings us to two questions. That is, one of them is safety. Do you think this would increase the safety? The other one I saw I think the Philadelphia Inquirer had a headline this morning that I saw earlier that said their studies show that if you make SEPTA cuts, that it would make your commute, as far as if you're a driver, a real nightmare. I mean, increasing congestion. So what do you say to those two different things?
Sure. I mean, if there's not going to be transit services available, employers will still find a way to get employees to work, and employees will still find a way to get there, and people will still try and get in the city. So, yes, I would think those service cuts would create more traffic, which, again, is why we need to look at a system that is stable moving forward. In terms of the bus option for school kids, once again, we need to ensure that there is an option there. Look, at the end of the day, we need to get people from point A to point B. The name on the side of the bus or how the investment strategy is behind that bus, that doesn't matter. But we need to be able to get it from point A to point B. I don't think people are sitting around, worrying about how it happens. They're worrying about if it will happen. And we're trying to open this up to guarantee that it will be happening now and into the future. I mean, look, I'm on when I come into the city, I'm on the Schuylkill. I don't know that there's any more congestion that can be had there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just because of where it is in between, by the Schuylkill River, and just geographically, We're an old city, and so we're kind of stuck. But I know that this has to get the approval of the board and have legislative oversight and all that good stuff. But where do you get this idea as far as, would you do a pilot program, or are there other places that you look to find a model for this kind of situation where you would have a partnership with some privatization?
This has been done before around the country in several spots. Right now, it's currently Denver. It's being done. It's been done some places with commuter bus services in Maryland. And there have been various iterations around the country that have tried and not been successful, which is a very good way to look and see what went wrong and what went right. I think we have the opportunity to do our own thing here in Pennsylvania, to take a look and get some input from those investors that might be part of that private in the private-public partnership and say, how can we do this better? Because we have to. We can't continue down this route, if you will, pardon the pun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But in part, does this have to do with union jobs? Because I think that's probably the first thing we're going to hear about as somebody I've been covering, SEPTA union strikes and all that, going on over the years. But are you hearing yet concern from the unions who say, okay, when we hear any privatization conversation, are you going to cut the union jobs?
Sure, I think that's always going to be a concern, but I would say that if the system collapses, those jobs aren't going to be available, union or otherwise. I think that's what we have to look at. It's our responsibility as public policymakers to have solutions to problems. We have a big problem. We have a system that is in crisis. And, oh, by the way, not just this year, right? This has been an every couple-year occurrence. In the past, it will be an every couple-year occurrence in the future, and I just don't see a realistic approach to saying that, every couple years we're going to do this at $165 million or more. And that's only one ad. That's not even talking about the roads and bridges issue that we're dealing with. It's not even addressing one of the highest gas taxes in the nation, or some of the highest tolls on the turnpike that you would see on any road in the nation, or the transit systems in Pittsburgh and other places around. We're talking about one aspect being funded at a huge percentage at the state level. If the state can't continue to do that, what happens? We have to have another option so that we can ensure that there is a transit system that's stable in the Philadelphia region.
Can you update us on what's going on about as far as the review, if you will, of the security regarding the Pennsylvania governor's mansion? It was that video of the arson fire with the sleeping governor, Josh Shapiro, his wife Lori, their children, is horrifying. But what can you tell us about the review of the security? That's the big question.
Well, I'm glad they're doing an independent third-party review of the security, what went wrong and what they're going to change in the future. We did a letter, myself, as well as some of the chairmen of the committees that would be the appropriate oversight committees of such an inquiry. I was a little disappointed with the response of the administration, which essentially said, no, this is not something we're not going to share the results of the review. Look, I understand when it comes to the new procedures in place to protect the governor. I'm not asking for that to be made public. But I do think the legislative leaders, and particularly the chairman of these committees, we need to understand what went wrong. Yeah. We need to have accountability and transparency into how in the world this was able to happen, as you said, with the governor and his family sleeping upstairs. So the accountability piece needs to be made public, I think, for everybody, so that we can show that we are being transparent. And in terms of some of the other issues, while it might not be public, I do believe members of the legislature need to see what's going on, because at the end of the day, not only are we funding it, but this is an attack on our government. And I think the government leaders have the right to know as much as humanly possible from this independent report. And I think we're going to be continuing to seek those answers and to look for ways that this information can be shared with us.
I know it was Jeffrey Miller, right? He led the Pennsylvania State Police back in the day under then Governor Rendell. And then didn't he work for the NFL? I was just trying to remember, right? We weave in, of course, the draft and day 2 today as we go through that. But so in that case, he'd be paid about 25 grand, and then it would be his initial consulting firm. So what would he do? What's the proposal right now? He would just give the information to just the state police and not make it public?
Just the state police and the governor would be, as of right now, the only agencies that would have access to the audit findings, and that's just not going to fly. I understand that certain protocols to protect the governor are not going to be made public. But the accountability and transparency into what happened and how it happened, you would be shocked at how many people. Is the number one question I'm getting asked back in my district. Mm-hmm. How did this happen? I've got no answer for them. We need those answers.
Yeah, we absolutely do. Pennsylvania House Republican leader Jesse Topper, what's going on with what do you see in the future with regard to the budget here, with Shapiro's budget and the budget talks? I do so much about especially regulation in Pennsylvania, lifting those regulations, drill, baby, drill. If you can give us, is there hope for that, or what do you see in the future?
Look, I don't care what the numbers are, whether it's an increase, whether the numbers stay the same from last year moving forward. There's no increase to programs. The cost of care, we just do a cost of care budget. It doesn't matter. With our current economic growth, we simply will not be able to sustain this level of spending into the future. So we have to turn our economy around in Pennsylvania. The best way to do that is unleash our energy sector, as you said, by reducing regulation, by getting government out of the way, making sure that any bureaucracy that's out there is helpful to actually getting power generation up and running so that we can support our grid, so that we can support family-sustaining jobs. If that's not a part of it, I just don't see how these budgets going into the next 3, 4, 5 years are sustainable.
Well, Representative Jesse Topper, I know you and your wife have 2 boys. My husband and I have 2 boys, and you've been involved in Boy Scouts. Are you Eagles fans? Do you guys watch the draft? Can I ask? I know you're a high school football coach, right?
Yeah, we bleed black and gold in this area. And so we need to find a quarterback here over the next couple rounds.
You want to give us a second rounder for Tanner McKee? We'll send him over your way if you want him.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, go. I understand you guys are go Birds. We're go Steelers out here.
That's all right. You know what I love as a parent. I know you're also a football coach, but I personally, my husband and I have watched it for 25 years of marriage just because it's inspirational to see these young men at the top of their game. Some of them I know because, local high schools and whatnot, but to see the families and the support of these young men, it's really wonderful.
It is. It's a cool experience.
Well, listen, thank you so much. I hope you have a blessed weekend. I hope you come back, Representative Jesse Topper.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Dan.
Local boy Abdul Carter going 3rd overall to the Giants. Freaking awesome, man. Philly kid. I love it. I love to see it. Sad to see him go to a rival, though.
Pride of, so I know him because he's a.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, well, LaSalle College High School.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't put that together. When they called his name, they were talking about how he's a Philly guy. So, do you know, this kid? Yeah. So you've known this kid for a while, and wow. Yeah. That's awesome. Do you know if there's any kind of sense of hesitancy going to the rival? Is there any inside information here, Dawn?
No, I think the family is thrilled.
Yeah,
they're thrilled.
I would imagine.
Of course.
But Carter's probably been a Eagles fan his life.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
He's right from this area.
Yeah.
So, LaSalle College High School, Penn State.
Yeah.
So, probably would have loved to have been drafted by the Eagles, but who knows? Maybe he'll end up here.
That would be
how
nice.
Cool would that be?
That would be cool.
But the fact that the Eagles, we got a linebacker for the here's the stat. I'm not a good stat person, but I want to say it's like 40 years since they would have chosen that particular position to get somebody who's a linebacker that high up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was. I heard a stat. It was something like something crazy like that. I don't have it in front of me.
All right.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. So we
Jahad Campbell, though, being the pick. Did you hear him after his pick?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I love it. I mean, so if you haven't heard this, and this is not a sport. Obviously, it's not sports. I was really bringing up because it's inspirational to me with all the families and the pride. They always thank moms. You notice that? My husband's always like, why don't they say thanks, Dad? They always thank Mom. But Eagles traded up.
Let's be honest. I mean, come on.
You got to go.
Usually Dad's the one pushing you, and Mom's the one that's usually there to
hug
and be the
Get
shoulder.
This, honey.
Yeah.
Eagles traded up, selecting Alabama's Jahad Campbell, like we said, number 31 pick, because remember we were 32.
Yeah. Trading a 5th rounder for this.
Yes.
Here's Jahad after his pick. Take a listen.
That's the question. You're already saying it's a surreal moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, nothing will be possible, without the Most High, you know what I'm saying, and my family and my friends and, just everybody supporting me, and just paving the way for me and mentoring me and guiding me, throughout my whole journey. So shout out to everybody back at home, man. I'm coming back home. Philly, y'all know what's up. We got to turn up. We got to get lit. We got to win another freaking Super Bowl next year, man.
Woo!
It's on.
Never give up the microphone unless you're giving it to a draft pick that's going to a Super Bowl champion. What was it like to receive that phone call from a general manager that constructs a championship roster?
Man, it was a surreal feeling. Just getting that call and just being here and, just
taking
having
the
that
microphone.
opportunity and, maximizing my opportunities when I was younger and, just leading it to this point. So I'm just extremely grateful and I'm honored.
And you have a future in television when you're done playing.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
You're damn right.
That is so cool. Grew up in South Jersey. I believe his senior year, he went to IMG in Florida, which is not uncommon. So that, they represent him. But grew up in this area, obviously.
Timber Creek Regional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So grew up right here.
down the road from where I'm at now.
What a dream come true. And then we had already talked about the pride of LaSalle College High School, Penn State star, Philadelphia native. This is Abdul Carter. So we talked about him, but also...
I hate to say, I think we're going to be cursing his name going forward.
Really?
He's a hell of a player, Don. And the thing is, he's a local kid, but now he's playing for the rival. So, as Philly fans, you can't take it light on him, right?
I know, but I'll always have, a soft spot.
Man.
I know.
It's tough. It's tough.
Ouch. Yeah, and, so Giants also got... a first, they traded back into the first round to land Ole Miss quarterback. That's Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
And Cowboys.
A lot of comps to Jalen Hurts on that Jackson Dart, too. Play style and such.
But, so do you and Maisie watch that?
What, the draft?
Yeah.
We were watching last night.
You were?
Yeah. And she's forced to. Because I'm forced to watch those American Idol type shows. So.
Okay, so it's...
With the rare time that something like this comes around or second night of WrestleMania, she's forced to sit down and watch some of it.
But did she? Here's the thing, Larry and I seriously for years every year we watch it because there's a human story, there's a family story, and there's drama to it and suspense.
It's so manufactured. ESPN's broadcast this year, Dawn, so manufactured because they have this kid, Shador Sanders, who is Deion Sanders' son. And they want so bad for this kid to be a storyline that primetime son goes in the first round. And they invite him to the draft. And throughout the entire draft, they are so... everything is just referencing Shador Sanders. So Shador Sanders should have gone here. He should have gone here. And I just feel like they're trying to shoehorn it. Meanwhile, NFL Network doing a great job taking the behind the scenes, looking at these stories. And yeah, that's why me and Maisie tune in, is because it's almost like the draft has now become the launch of the next football season. What's the future for all these teams? So I think it's important as a football fan, it kind of captures you because especially that first round, you're kind of seeing where your franchise, your love may go. And it's nice to see the Eagles shore up that defense even further, I got to tell you. Yeah,
where your love may go. But also, then you feel like you know their family. So they're new, they're a newbie, but then you've seen their mom and dad, and sometimes they try to hide that they're crying, or the mom's crying, the sister. And then I always look at it and get the body language, like the girlfriend and the mom don't get along. You know what I mean? You can really create your own script, which is what I do. I'm like, look, Larry, look at that girlfriend. That girl, that mother, and that mom, she does not approve of that girlfriend. Maybe that one will get dumped.
Yeah, there's a mother that was genuinely very attractive. Was it Jackson Dart's mother that was very attractive? There's someone that
some of these
made
moms,
a lot of memes online.
Think about it. Some of these moms are in their 40s because they had their kid. You know what I mean? They had their kid when they were 20. So think about Patrick Mahomes' mom. You know what I mean? Some of these moms are super young.
If you look over, I don't have it on YouTube, but I have a picture of Jackson Dart's mother. And
look at how fit she is. My God. She looks like a body. I mean, she's very like Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman.
The caption on this picture is Jackson's mom has got it going on.
Oh, okay.
Reference
MILF?
to Stacey's mom. Guess so.
All right.
Yeah. We got a break, though. We're way over time.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Be right back.
We'll finish off the work week with warm and dry conditions. Clouds will be on the increase today with a high temperature once again around 80 degrees. For tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers developing late with a low 62. And for Saturday, mostly cloudy, some showers around mainly during the morning with a high 78.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com for their showroom in Hatfield.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Bentz. It's National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. Everyone's teeth can and will sustain wear and tear due to years of everyday use. Other causes of wear include grinding, acid erosion, clenching, and other harmful habits from day-to-day life. A prosthodontist like me can help reconstruct your smile and restore confidence that may be lost from damaged teeth. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com for more information or call to schedule an appointment, 610-272-6949. And remember, prosthodontics, say it with a smile.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From D.C. to CBP, the Phils welcome the Nats to South Philly on Tuesday, April 29th, Wednesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 1st, all at 6:45. Don't miss the action and get tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phils City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Headlines this Friday, April 25th, as we look to the National Weather Service warning everybody across our region of tinder dry conditions, elevated risk of these forest fires as we don't get rain until tomorrow. So that huge 15,000 acre forest fire, still those in Ocean County, New Jersey, firefighters still working to put that out. On a national level, we have the FBI director, Kash Patel, saying that a Wisconsin judge is under arrest accused of obstructing an immigrant's arrest. This one's making national headlines as well. This huge tent has been erected in Florida to house hundreds of detained immigrants. We had told you earlier that President Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania headed out to Rome, and funeral services and all of the pomp and circumstance, a day of tributes planned during the funeral tomorrow for Pope Francis. But that coverage will begin early, but 10 a.m. is the official funeral time. And we've been talking about embattled Defense Secretary, and this is Pete Hegseth. His chief of staff officially exits. So we have that one going on. Two different stories, two different outcomes as we think of predators stalking children. And I'll begin with, I'll take the good news one is the stranger danger story that's making national headlines out of Delaware County, right here, the suburbs of Philadelphia. We'll get to that in a moment. But this is somebody who you know was here locally during the Trump Force 47, Doug Burgum, former governor, and now with the Trump administration. I really like Doug Burgum a lot. He's a with it guy, a billionaire in his own right, who became a governor, big supporter of Trump. And man, when he talks about energy policy, he is spot on. He's a brilliant guy. But in this one, he has, Dan, thank you for finding this. So Doug Burgum making this announcement, a tribute to a little girl who was attacked, brutally raped and murdered by these illegals that we've talked about, Jocelyn Ungary.
Jocelyn Ungary was a young girl with a future full of promise, a light whose presence touched those around her. Jocelyn's life was taken far too soon by illegal immigrants who should have never been in our country. And since taking office, President Trump has kept his promise to take bold and measurable steps to secure our border and protect American communities.
The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge on the edge of the Gulf of America. Moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn.
Jocelyn, she loved animals. This land that has Jocelyn's name on it is full of those animals. In naming this incredible wildlife refuge in her honor, we offer to establish a permanent place of hope, a place where Jocelyn's name will live on with dignity and peace. A refuge, of course, is by its very nature a sanctuary, a safe place. It's our vow that Jocelyn's memory be tied to this place of protection, a place of life, and a place of healing.
Beautifully done. Another headline involving Doug Burgum is something that he had told us. If you were at that one of the Trump Force 47 meetings back in the day during the campaign, and he had talked about thinking about our natural resources. So he, as Interior Secretary, this is something that he's very interested in, opening up the federal lands and tapping into the so-called wealth of our nation when it comes to our natural resources. That's another headline. But we want to get to this story coming out of Delaware County. It's making national headlines. Good Morning America speaking to this teenage girl, Ariana McMillan, and her mom this morning, and celebrating that she had these good instincts and some community support when Mr. Stranger Danger was, according to police, stalking her.
This is Google Pixel 9a with Gemini. A man who she says was following her, and authorities say she did everything right. Eva Pilgrim is here with that story. Good morning, Eva.
Good morning, Rebecca. Such a scary close call diverted thanks to a quick-thinking teen and 2 store owners who didn't hesitate to help. And this morning, that teen and her mother are speaking out exclusively to GMA.
This is the terrifying moment that a 16-year-old Pennsylvania girl says a man started following her.
I kept on hearing this guy, but I was just like, it sounds like an older man. I don't think an older man would approach me that way. And he had finally ran up to me.
In this surveillance video obtained by our station WPVI, Ariana McMillan was walking along a busy road outside Philadelphia when she says this man began walking closer and closer to her, making inappropriate comments.
He did have a very large bottle of liquor in his hand, and in my eyes, I saw that as a weapon. He pushes me a little bit. We better start walking. And in this moment, I had a sense of panic in my brain that I needed to do something immediately.
The teen, scared, made a quick decision, running to a nearby shop.
I just was like, there's a woman there and I'm gonna run to her. I saw like someone had like a sign in like their yard or something that said something about someone named Rachel. So the name, I just went, Aunt Rachel, is that you?
It distracted whatever that gentleman was trying to do.
Aunt Rachel, actually Tina Moss, a shop owner, saw her running toward her, immediately played along, taking the girl inside her store with her husband, Bill.
He followed her directly from the store to the window and banged on the glass.
They called the police. And once they came, he still was banging on the doors and wasn't stopping, and they were trying to arrest him.
The man now charged with stalking and harassment. Christina Pino grateful to those store owners who helped her daughter, visiting the shop to meet the couple.
So that's ABC News reporting. They're doing a great job. Thank God, Ariana, that you're okay. We're so glad that your mom was so grateful to the shop owners. But Tina and Bill will be coming on with us next week. We'll hear from them.
I just heard back from them.
Awesome.
And they had a super busy morning, but we'll be hearing from them. Yeah.
That's great. Good Samaritans, and it's one of those stories that has a good news ending, and it's really important to think about this. Teenage girl, scared, rattled. Apparently the guy said some sexual stuff to her too. So the police are doing a good job if they tracked him down and so on. But in this case, there's a happy ending in that everybody's okay. Thank God for that, but scary moments. So stranger danger. She handled it well and making national news in a good way. She did the right thing, as well as Tina and Bill. Thanks for being here with us this Friday. I hope you have a blessed weekend. I hope the draft I'll be watching tonight goes well. Dom Giordano's in the house. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn, Bill O'Reilly coming up. What a coup. He's gotten President Trump to come on News Nation for the 100 days on Wednesday.
Nice.
With O'Reilly, Chris Cuomo, and Stephen A. Smith.
Oh,
my goodness.
You are locked and loaded.
Yeah.
Dom show starts
before we
now.
go, Don, just producers know that'll be 10:15 Monday with Bill and Tina Moss. They'll be joining.
Thank you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Good Friday, everyone. Welcome in. Make sure you're tuned in, too, on youtube.com/1210 WPHT. In a moment, we'll play you this interviewer just asking Jalen Hurts at the Big Time Gala. Remember the 100 most influential? Remember that whole fun thing on Thursday? So last night, if he's going to the Eagles at the White House. And we're a bit unclear if all the Eagles will go or not, and if not, why not? So we'll play that for you here in a moment. Bill O'Reilly coming up at 12:15 today. We'll talk with him because News Nation has quite a coup. They have President Trump coming on Wednesday with Bill O'Reilly, Chris Cuomo, and Stephen A. Smith. Now, that is going to be, and O'Reilly's the one that convinced Trump to come on. And look, Trump, again, was out there with a press gaggle again today. We told you yesterday he's going to do an interview, the most consequential president, with The Atlantic, the Goldberg guy. I mean, who does stuff like this? Certainly not presidents like Joe Biden. That's putting yourself in harm's way, so to speak, but there's quite a reward by doing. All right, and we have that one. Here's Jalen Hurts. I don't know who the reporter is, but just an innocent question. Now, Hurts sometimes just doesn't want to answer stuff. I'm not sure exactly why. Here's the exchange at the Time 100 Most Influential People by a reporter asking, are you going to the Eagles at the White House?
Are you planning on visiting the White House next week? Got it. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
So, is it a state secret? Is it he's cautious about stuff before? He's done stuff in the sports realm that is kind of curious as far as just cliches and nothing. But just asking, do you think some Philadelphia Eagles still will not go to the Trump celebration at the White House?
You think he's not going?
Well, why in the world wouldn't you just say, of course I'm going?
Because I look at this from a PR publicist standpoint, right? And when you individualize a question such as this, I feel like you've got to stake a flag on one way or the other. It's a lose-lose situation. But when you're with a team, you can go and essentially go with that team and say, hey, look, I was with the team. We went to the White House, and there you go.
I got to be blunt. It's sickening.
I guess you could say that up front, though, couldn't he, right?
What's the problem with this guy?
Well, it's, again, from a publicist standpoint or from a PR standpoint, you look over at WrestleMania that just happened this past weekend. And throughout the week, they had to do they have like a Super Bowl kind of media avails where they have interviews with their wrestlers. And Roman Reigns, one of the faces of the company, was asked about Trump and said, he really likes Trump. Trump's doing great for the country. And there's others that said so. And there are allegations. And if you look at Reddit, which is a left-leaning site, but if you look at a lot of the internet dirt sheets, a lot of the bad ratings for WrestleMania and the negativity around it is because of the political nature of the interviews leading up to it. So,
well, the bottom line is, though, if all he has to say, I'm going, the Philadelphia Eagles have accepted, I'm the quarterback, we're honored. I just get tired.
You're right.
You're
right.
It's just, I don't even know.
What's the worst that could happen if he said that?
Right. Yeah. What in the world? I thought we were through this and we agreed that it's a different day here. The relationship is somewhat better than it was before. We talked about Malcolm Jenkins was here. I remember talking about Malcolm Jenkins would have had his ear. He does want to hear about reforms, Black Americans. He did a lot of that stuff. Instead, because of that, apparently they didn't go. So, again, I think he's going. We know the Eagles are going. I don't know if certain players won't go. But my God. Is there a strategy here? I can't be like I'm cozying up to Trump by saying, I'm thrilled to go. When you get to the White House, that's all you have to say. It's not Trump, it's the offer. Or if they ask a follow-up question, just say, I'm not talking politics. We're there to celebrate football, winning that's it. That's all that has to be said. So I haven't heard any. I just saw this on AOL online today, and then it verified that was accurate. That's from Time, from the 100 influential people that he was voted on. We'll see if they go. And if they do, good for them, good for Trump. I don't think there's going to be any antagonism. But if some of them don't, here we go again.
I'll bet you a pizza they all go.
Okay, well, I would say they don't. I mean, I don't know how many players it is. That's 53 people. Yeah, we can bet that because
I'll say 95% of them go. Maybe they have some sicknesses, a couple with the flu.
Oh, my God.
Including players no longer with the team?
Well,
like a Josh Sweat?
Yeah.
Well,
they're going to go
or
not go?
No, well, they don't have to go if they want to go. I guess they're champions.
How does it
They can
usually
go,
work if a player goes to a new team?
I don't know. We
don't
have a lot of
either.
championships.
Well, we're just talking about players that are here. And again, that we even have to do this. It doesn't happen with other presidents that I have any much recollect. It's wrong. It's just wrong not to answer that question. It's just stunning to me. It's not a hard question. Just say, yes, the whole team's going. Any follow-up, just say, hey, we're not talking politics here. I'm here to talk about time and the work that I'm doing, and time recognized me. And there we're celebrating winning Super Bowl. I'm sure we could talk football with the president, stuff like that. I mean, this guy's done thousands of interviews. It's not a – and it's a reporter. I wanted people to see it on YouTube because I don't think this is a reporter that's pressing him. She gives up and just says, okay.
Oh, she has no press.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a
he just clearly looks uncomfortable, and she backs off.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody that, all right, they're grilling him, and you don't like that. I get that. Okay, that's one thing. The Pope's funeral is tomorrow. I don't know if you saw this or you didn't, but I don't think it should be covered up. What the heck is wrong with the Catholic Church mentality? We haven't talked about it in a while, the priest scandal. One of the reasons it doesn't go away is they don't do the right thing. So tomorrow there's a ceremony, the closing of the coffin, and it's prestigious in that it's a select group. I don't even know if they all put their hand on it, but they stand around the coffin, and they are the officials that do it. As I understand it, most of them are cardinals. But tomorrow they're going to let Cardinal Michael Mahoney, and I remember this guy. He was the Cardinal of Los Angeles, ran the Archdiocese for 25 years, and then he got caught up in covering up literally hundreds of cases of priests involved in the pedophile scandal. So much so that they kicked him out, and the cardinal that took over, the archbishop at least, said he's to have no clerical functioning and no public appearances as a Roman Catholic cleric. So why in the world would they have them close the casket? And the excuse from the Vatican is he's closing the casket because of seniority. He's now 89.
Oh, get out of here.
I'm reading right from the directive. So again, this organization, it's not just this past pope that we had antagonism toward, and it's not the average priest, but the hierarchy is just amazing. There is no way I can imagine the pain of people, thousands of them, that suffered from that system with the priest. Some of them we've interviewed over the years said your soul is stolen by what went on here. No one would listen to them. Dan and I got the key guy on here several times who was also abused. They passed the law. The woman who ran, the Secretary of State, was so busy getting Joe Biden elected, she didn't do her job, and we still don't have their day in court. What are they going to feel when they see this over the weekend? And Mahoney, particularly those in L.A., is standing there with this honor. Well, it's seniority. This group doesn't get it. They're not going to get it. And it makes it very hard. I mean, they may be doing well around the world, but in my view, I don't think they're doing well in America. Because enough people are saying, no, I've had it with these guys. I've had it with them. They're fraudulent. All right, coming up, Bill O'Reilly. Quite a coup. He has President Trump coming on News Nation with O'Reilly, Cuomo, and Stephen A. Smith. We'll get the inside on that on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Delaware County's Crozer, Chester, and Taylor Hospital will stop accepting emergency patients today, though they won't say exactly when. Philadelphia School District parents plead for more money to fund libraries and fix ailing facilities. And South Jersey native Jihad Campbell is the newest Eagle, a linebacker out of Alabama.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming up, Bill O'Reilly momentarily here. I mean, can you imagine O'Reilly, Stephen A. Smith, Chris Cuomo, and President Trump? I don't know how long they have him on News Nation on Wednesday night. We'll find out momentarily here. But O'Reilly quarterbacking that, and Trump, I mean, he's doing the Atlantic. He did another gaggle yesterday on the lawn of the White House. And Bill O'Reilly's with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Well, Bill, congratulations in convincing Trump to do it. I couldn't agree more. Nobody's going to have a better time and slice of this than the three of you and Trump together. That's made for TV watching.
Yeah, we're going to come at it at a informational, not confrontational. But it wasn't hard to convince the president to do it. I think that he has been extremely open with the press. Every day he's got what they call a gaggle in the Oval Office. He even gave an interview to that Atlantic magazine nitwit. So he's not afraid. But I do believe that he wants to control the venues, and this one is a town hall with a lot of different elements to it on News Nation Wednesday night. But I'm happy he's going to be there, and hopefully we'll make some headlines.
I think so. I mean, of course, with you, you've done all kinds of events with him, but I'm going to be interested to see Stephen A. Smith's approach with this. And I think, as you said, it'll be more informational, or it'll be Smith saying, help me to understand why you're doing this or this major decision you made.
Yeah, and I'm the bouncer. So, I'm not a guest on this News Nation town hall. I'm the co-anchor. And it's a big difference. So I do guest appearances on that network on Monday and Wednesday, and I answer the questions that are posed, just as I do with you, Dom. And that's that. But when I'm in charge, then the whole tone is different. So Chris Cuomo will be the co-anchor, but I'm the guy that's bringing in the president. So if there's any disrespect, which I can't imagine there would be, but if it happened, I would step in. And that'll be the tone of the entire 2 hours, which will make it much different than what everybody sees on television news every night.
Wait a minute. Sorry, Bill. Sorry. President Trump's going to be on 2 hours?
No, but after he leaves,
okay, right.
Then the town hall will kick in to discuss what he said in his 100 days. And, if somebody does attacks him in a way that I believe is not fair, then that person has to deal with me.
Absolutely. So tell me what intrigues you the most out of the 100 days. I will tell you, we broadcast at the White House on Wednesday, and you know how it goes. Sometimes they give you great guests, sometimes they don't. It was a radio row of just a few people, Bill. But we walked out, and one of the hidden gems, I think of consequence, it was the day after RFK dropped the food stuff, the dyes in the food industry, and the guests we had were FDA head and some of these others. But we had on this woman that's one of the leaders that through RFK Jr., these mothers are drawn to the Trump side because of all this food stuff in kids. But what's your eye on that you think is something not talked about enough, maybe?
Well, I don't think we're going to do that because we have to get on the record the major stories that affect everybody. So that would be the tariffs economy, the border immigration, Putin, Ukraine. Those are the top three that are just on fire right now. So that's out of the gate. Then afterward, depending on what he says, where he goes with his discourse, then we'll follow up. I don't think I'm going to get into the food stuff with him. I think it's important, however, very important. But at this point, Donald Trump is losing popularity in the country. And it's all about the stock market. So we have to define whether there were mistakes made, whether he would do it differently if he had to do the Liberation Day thing over again, that kind of stuff. Very micro down into what can we expect. And I don't know what he's going to say. I don't give questions out in advance. I never do that.
Right.
But I got to get a broad spectrum of emotion. That's the key word, emotion. Because people in this country are very emotional right now. When you lose money, when you mess with people's money, they get emotional.
Well,
and that's what this is all about.
I'm one of them, Bill, because that's the part I even think that's why he's losing popularity, because on a lot of the other things, he's winning. Immigration, it's mostly a win. Bill, what's your sense, though, of why would we take on both the so-called friendly countries, push back on them heavily, and do it with China at the same time? Don't you have to clear the decks in his mind anyhow to do something with the friendly countries to show there's some reciprocity? When that's settled, then you move on China.
Trump likes shock and awe.
Right.
Always liked it. Believes it's a very effective deal-making tool, that you create pandemonium with your opposition, and it's easier to get them to agree to what you want, or at least part of what you want. That's what the tariff thing was. That's what the border thing was. That's what the DEI thing is. It's all shock and awe. It's all blow it up first, knock it down, and then we'll build from there. But on the tariff front, what the president and his advisors didn't realize was that the market, the stock market, doesn't really play politics. It's not a political thing like the border, like DEI. What the market plays is uncertainty. Once chaos enters into the economic realm, the market goes down. Every time. Now, I don't know whether President Trump has advisors that know that. I certainly suggested to him that he not do it all at once. I said get Canada and Mexico because they're fairly easy deals to have.
Right.
Then go to EU, then go to China. Because then you'll box China in with deals that you already have. But the president chose to do shock and awe.
Bill, also at this time, the president is in Rome now, the Pope. I haven't heard you talk about this. You may be aware, we just told listeners this, that when they closed the Pope's coffin, and you think we're over with the pre-scandal, Mahoney, you probably had somebody go out there and try to interview him, or you went after him. The former cardinal, who was essentially defrocked in L.A., will be one of the people chosen to close his coffin. They say it's a seniority thing.
Right. The only thing I can think of here, I'm not really plugged into the Vatican or that culture, is that Catholic doctrine dictates forgiveness, mercy on the sinner. I've got to assume that Mahoney, who was disciplined in a tremendously embarrassing way his whole career, and he was, humiliated, as well he should have been. I can only surmise that he has been very he has asked for forgiveness, perhaps from the Pope himself, because he would have access there. That's the only thing I can surmise, Don, but I'm just guessing there.
Okay. So, Bill, on your front, in addition to News Nation, what is coming up with Bill O'Reilly? What else are you working on right now at BillO'Reilly.com?
Well, we've shifted into a worldwide news presentation now because we are the most successful independent television news operation in the world. And you probably missed this on Wednesday, but I got scolded by the president of Malaysia. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. See, most news consumers in America, on television at least, are older people. The average age of the Fox News viewer is 78. They are linear people. They just sit down and do what they've done their whole lives. But the younger people, they are in social media. They're at BillO'Reilly.com. They're at YouTube. They're consuming their news through that portal. My news organization has exploded worldwide. So I said in the commentary that President Xi of China visiting Vietnam, Cambodia, and Malaysia was ridiculous because those countries don't have any money. They can't buy Chinese stuff. So she was like going, oh, yeah, we'll replace the American market with Cambodia and Malaysia. Come on.
Yeah.
So after that commentary, the president of Malaysia, Ibrahim, gives an interview to a Kuala Lumpur newspaper. It says, O'Reilly is a racist and a colonialist.
Well, we knew that. So what's his point?
Yeah,
we know
I
all
didn't
that.
know I was a colonialist.
Well, come on. Wait a
racist,
minute. Long Island, you guys are driving off all those Indian names there now, right? Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So I was amused by it, but I then did a follow-up report where I said, you know what the per capita income in Malaysia is? Of course, nobody knows.
Right.
$5,000. That's it. You can't buy the dopey hat if you're only making $5,000. Okay? Point, counterpoint. So you can call me any name you want, but I'm in the fact business. So we turn out 4 television broadcasts a week, a daily message of the day, a weekly column, and it goes all over the world. And that's what I told President Trump. I said, 10 minutes after you get off News Nation, Putin will have the entire transcript of your interview in his lap. Because News Nation is tied right into their social media presence.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. And that's the changing world in which we live. And I'm lucky because 8 years ago I started this enterprise. It's always been successful. It's always made a ton of money. But now we are everywhere. And I got to be even more responsible and more aware of what I say.
Absolutely. Well, look, I can tell, and I would too, Bill. That's a feather in your hat. That's on the resume. When the guy in Malaysia takes the point to go after O'Reilly and out you as a colonialist, you can't ask for better than that.
I know. I mean, and I'm just sitting there going, I had to look up colonialist just to make sure, but I really, Dom, I don't want to conquer Philadelphia. I'm okay in New York. I don't need the Commonwealth. You know, I'm not moving on Connecticut.
You got it all. Well, Bill, what time does the town hall start on Wednesday?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
2-hour town hall, Wednesday evening, April 30th. We'll kick it off hard with the president, and it's going to be an event.
Absolutely.
And believe me, I'm going to be the bouncer in this event, which makes it worth watching.
We will be watching and hopefully talking with you about it in the aftermath. Bill, thanks so much. Have a nice weekend.
Thanks for having me, Dom.
Bill O'Reilly here. All right. So is Stephen A. Smith, Dan, going to ask a fact-based? Oh, you're doing something.
Oh, no, I'm listening.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Is Stephen A. Smith, I mean, I've had O'Reilly come after me. I told this story many times.
Yeah.
He couldn't get Tom Corbett on. He brings me on because I did the Tom Corbett show with him.
Uh-huh.
And the first go-round, they said you can, really fight back. The second go-round, you got to let him take some shots. And he's going after me like I'm enabling Tom Corbett.
What, are you going to tie your hands behind your back? Like
the guy that does the big news, the guy that Roe thinks is so handsome, John Roberts. Since I'm not a national figure.
Wait, don't bury that. Why Rose?
Oh, yeah. He is an attractive guy. Yeah, he's got great hair, even all gray.
She loves that hair.
And he has great skin, just saying. So they put him on the set because you need to balance and have a national figure. And O'Reilly starts attacking him. And John Roberts is just some news guy there. All right. So 855-839-1210.
He does have really good hair.
Oh, he does.
I just pulled it up, yeah.
That should be a great event. Particularly, I want to see Stephen A. Smith.
Has a vibe similar to yours, Dom. I could see why Roe is attracted to John Roberts. She has a type. She does have a type.
Yeah, there you go. It's the hair.
Yeah, and the gray. He likes a gray suit, it seems.
She likes the dimples. Rose's a big dimples.
Is that what it
Don't
is?
ask me why. I don't think most women are dimples,
I mean, I could see you going toe-to-toe with Stephen A. and blowing him out of the water, to be quite honest,
Well, in sports, it would be more difficult.
Oh, there's no doubt he'd own you in sports.
Not in basketball. No, not in
come
basketball.
on, you can't.
I'm serious.
You think so?
Yeah, I did it already with him back in the day, and I wish I had to tape it. It was good. I mean, it was more frightening when I had to face Rick Mahorn, who was a friend of Iverson, and I had broken in studio with Lou Tilley, and I had broken the Iverson story about with the wife and all. I got a tip from our police sources.
Ah.
And Mahorn
That was you?
Yeah. And Mahorn was starting to stand up at one point. It was pretty nuts. Yeah.
He's bigger than I am.
Oh, yeah. And he's wide.
Yeah.
He's massive. And I hated the way he played, too. So there was
Did
that.
you tell him that to his face?
I think in the
throw him
middle.
some bows,
after he stood up.
There may have been in the middle, where you're separated by a lot there. Yeah, and I didn't like the way the Pistons played. I was more with
when
Jordan.
He was in studio like Hot Rod from the Globetrotters, did you back him up and throw an elbow at Rick Mahorn?
No, not with him. He wouldn't be able to go along with the stunt. That guy was nice. All right, phone lines are 855. That was a great guest. Really nice guy. 855-839-1210. Let's give the side question. So, Deion Sanders' son was not drafted, and it became the theme. Well, we got the theme, too. We'll play you the opening with Clay Matthews, and several news outlets cut away from it, apparently, because of the Trump reference.
Come on, really?
Well, I'll tell you off air, yes.
Yeah?
Here in a second, yes.
Oh, I'm excited.
But we're looking for nepotism. I don't think we've done this. Nepotism's so ripe now, the term Nepo babies is just the last 5 years that I remember, we actually called it that.
Yeah.
So, Dan, we'll start with you.
So are we just pointing out nepotism, or are we calling out bad examples of nepotism? Like someone who doesn't deserve their job?
I think it's more of that than just nepotism that they got. For example, I have the Bushes, George Bush Sr., because his father, Prescott Bush, was the power.
Yeah.
So he didn't have far to go. And then even easier, was George W. Bush, since George Bush Sr. was already president. So,
all right, so some notable examples then of nepotism.
Yeah.
First one being, I talked to this with Henry yesterday. He likes this guy. I hate this guy. I think he's insufferable. I was watching Running Point on Netflix, and I had to stop watching because it was terrible. But Chet Hanks, son of Tom Hanks, completely talentless. He has like this vibe where he does like a Jamaican accent, and he's like a white guy, and he's a social media darling.
Atlanta.
But because he would not have any kind of success that he's seeing now being in a Netflix series as he is if he wasn't Tom Hanks' son.
Yes, I vaguely have seen that. And Bill Maher says this, too. He says these nepotism people in Hollywood all the time tell him, well, all it helped me was to get my foot in the door. And he goes, that's 90% of the battle.
Yeah, right?
Getting your foot in the door. Then if you have any kind of talent, you got a shot.
So
and if your father's Tom Hanks and you have a smidgen of talent, you're really going to be
100%. Another one I want to give, because I think this guy is heck of talented, but I don't know, you might disagree, but he only probably got to where he is because of connections, as you're mentioning, and having a mother named Gloria Vanderbilt.
Oh, yes.
That being Anderson Cooper.
I don't see he's pretty dry to me.
You think so?
Yeah,
but
no,
man.
He's very good.
He's funny.
Covering in the field, the battlefield, and all that.
Yeah.
I give him credit for that. But day to day, that show, if he weren't connected in Anderson Cooper's name now, that wouldn't be. He's not as bad as Caitlin
Take some people
Collins,
behind the scenes and. Because I forced Don to listen to some of Howard Stern's interview with Anderson Cooper on the way down to
that
found it insufferable.
That's the worst. The best of Stern was with the 700-pound obesity guy. That was really funny
Dr.
stuff.
No, an impression of Dr. No,
That was funny stuff. But then with the Anderson Cooper, it's like, oh, there we go, suck it up. Yeah, it's a tough line here. Here's Hillary Clinton.
He goes talking about why he appreciates Meghan Markle and Harry because he knows Harry had a tough childhood because he relates
my God.
because he had Gloria Vanderbilt as a mother.
Yeah, that's indefensible. You just can't. He had some funny stuff about his mom, but that was a tough.
Do you want me to reveal what he told about?
Drop me off the train here. Yeah.
Do you want me to reveal what he said about his mother?
About his mother, yes.
Yeah. So Gloria, as a 95-year-old woman, came to Anderson Cooper and said that she was very excited to find out that it didn't matter what age your womb was, as long as you were a healthy individual. If you were given eggs, you could carry babies. Anderson replies to his mother and says, Mom, you're 95 when the child is 10 years old. Right. I can only imagine that you might not be with us anymore. And she responds to him, Anderson, I was actually telling you this because I thought it might be a good idea for me to carry your baby.
There you go. That was
So he
brutal.
tells a story about, his mother carrying his child.
Right.
Fascinating interview, Dom. Maybe we can invite him on to get into that sometime.
The eggs. That has everybody. All right, Henry, who's your nepotism?
So I'll take off two. I'm going to take off one that I like and then one that I don't.
Okay.
The one that I like is Jack Quaid, if that last name sounds familiar. Right. Yes, he is the son of Dennis Quaid. But not only that, he is also the son of Meg Ryan. He broke onto the scene in the Hunger Games movie back in 2011 as one of the mean tributes and has slowly worked his way up the Hollywood ranks. I mean, like you said earlier, it's about getting your foot in the door. This was getting his foot in the door. I think he's done a fantastic job as Huey in the show The Boys. I think he's a fantastic actor, and I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. Someone I don't want to see again, and is also a nepotism child, is Dakota Johnson, who is the daughter of Melanie Griffith and Don Johnson. I don't see it with this one. I mean, I don't know if she'll get any starring movie roles after her her flop last year in Madam Web, which is regarded as maybe one of the worst flops of the 21st century. It has to be top 5. And I just don't like her as an actress. I don't see the appeal. I don't see the talent. And good riddance.
Sydney Sweeney, though.
All right. So
that's the only reason people went and saw that movie. It wasn't for Dakota.
Here's where this is coming from. So we have this quarterback, not drafted yet, tonight, second round, Willie, the son of Deion Sanders. Does it help him or hurt him? You would think it would help the publicity. They were talking about this guy in the top 5 picks at one point, the Giants, et cetera, and now the cold reality of the NFL and the way they look at things hasn't happened. So
it's bad when the Giants trade back up into the first round and take a quarterback that wasn't Shador as well.
Exactly. So we're looking for a classic example of a nepo baby or nepotism of some sort. You name it. Particularly if you think like the Hanks kid. Might not be good. I feel, if you really want to go in the show business and your dad is Tom Hanks, that's got to be tough in its own.
I just find everything that this Czech guy does quite cringy, to be honest.
Yeah,
I find it ironic, though.
Yeah.
He plays into it 100%.
Yeah.
He's self-aware.
Okay. So hit us with that. Also, you heard us talking with O'Reilly. I think this is going to be a fascinating thing, particularly with Stephen A. Smith, who sort of wants to pretend to be a candidate for a while longer. What will he say to Trump? I don't think he'll argue with him. I don't think it'll be like that. And I certainly don't think Cuomo will. But it's a master stroke for Trump to do this stuff. The 100 days, which will be on Wednesday, I think it's a good thing for him to do the Atlantic thing. Consequential president. Shows transparency, openness. All right, 855-839-1210. All right, let's talk about Dr. Bentz for a moment. Let's talk about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, because it is National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. And the reason they have that week is to differentiate, to know the difference between a regular dentist and a board-certified prosthodontist. It takes several exams over years to become board-certified. Fewer than 1% of dentists nationally are board-certified prosthodontics like Dr. Bentz. The difference is this. The board-certified prosthodontist is the one who can design a customized plan for your long-term oral health, give you the smile you've always dreamed of, and if something is bothering you, set up a plan to take care of it. From dental implants, the on-site digital lab, the great staff, they make Dr. Bentz the experience that's the most comfortable and convenient possible. So get the oral care you need and deserve. Remember that prosthodontics, Dr. Bentz, the beautiful smile you've always wanted. Visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com or call 610-272-6949. Book that appointment today, BentzDentalGroup.com.
Your weekend just got a lot better. Sunday mornings with Barry Siegel and friends.
I'm so sick and tired. You can't get anybody on the phone, for God's sakes. You call, it goes to voicemail. I don't care if you're dating them. They don't answer the phone. What the heck? Listen, yesterday, we didn't have cell phones. You wanted to go see somebody, you knocked on their friggin' door. You found them. Now, with all the technology, you can't get somebody's voice in your eardrums. I'm sick of it.
Barry Siegel and friends. Listen Sunday mornings at 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made ready.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Good Friday at 855-839-1210. The Education Department says 5 million student loans are in default. In default is the language they use. I'm not sure if that means just behind or it means something happens, they're in default. Here we go again. Now, the Trump administration announced this week they are going to be garnishing wages, etc. And here we have, now, I'm not saying this person is typical of all people that owe money and suddenly it dawns on them. We have this woman complain. This is cut 15. Listen to this complaint. I'll play a little bit of it, and it becomes a little bit repetitive. When she learns that they're going to garnish up to 15% of wages, that she owes a ton of money. She blames the colleges, and she can't believe that she's going to have to pay this back. Cut 15.
They about to garnish our wages. They really know how to just ruin your day. The U.S. government hates everybody here. Y'all, as of May 5th, they're taking 15% of your wages towards student loans. Y'all, I've been ignoring student loans since I've been in school. If y'all know how much I owe in student loan, y'all would think I went to school to be a lawyer. And it's a degree that wasn't even providing me a decent lifestyle. I was just living off vibes. So you mean to tell me I went to school and y'all lied to me? Y'all wanted me to go out there and do triple the work to get a degree. Y'all, I owe so much money. I'm in Texas, so we don't have state tax. 15%. Hell, you might as well go ahead and add 5 more. Add 10. Because that's the state tax. I cannot believe this. I just had to pull over, y'all. My head started throbbing. I'm about to get a headache. They're doing this in a couple of weeks, y'all. I got to go do deferment. I got to go do something. Y'all, we can't get away from this. People are even already saying that their credit score has dropped from a 700-something to a 500-something. Oh, my God.
Okay, right there, Henry. Stop. So the credit score has dropped. She's aware of the credit score, which is good, and the importance of that. But the student loans are treated as, well, I don't have to pay that. That's not going to happen here. All right, so the Education Department said they will seize wages, pensions, tax refunds to repay student loans. Now, this is going to be, when this actually happens, and I think they'll do it on May 5th, that we're in 60% are not up to date. Some of them have paid almost nothing. Now, during COVID, the rescinding, the constantly with Biden trying to move back on this. And we've been through this any number of times, and it always gets people going. I remember when Elizabeth Warren was running and a dad confronted her in New Hampshire and said, well, we paid up, and now you're talking about now you don't have to pay up. Where do we go? And they had no answer. There's no fairness in this. And again, we've been through this, and I said many times, if it were 20 years ago, and the pressure that you got to go to college to get into the workplace, that's one thing. But what do we say to people over the last, let's make it 5 years roughly, who still go out there and run this stuff up like this woman? Don't think about it. Is this really going to enhance your ability to make more money? Is it worth all this stuff? A lot of this is master's degrees. It's not even, or extension of something that are driving it in addition to the undergrad. And now the day of reckoning is coming. So we've talked about how this plays out. And it'll be interesting because Trump has done better with younger voters, but it's going to impact them more than anybody. And if they actually do take out up to 15% of your wage over that 2 weeks, whatever it is, or weekly, wow, May 5th is going to be a heck of a day of people recognizing this. There's a lot of popularity related to it, but the people who actually have the money taken out of their salary, are they going to revert to say, let's go with the Democrats? They're not going to charge me for this stuff. Somehow or another, we're going to get out of it. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is push pound 1210. We're looking for that all-time nepotism. I see a really good one that I would agree with. And I have another one that I'm bipartisan on that's similar to this. Let's go to Bill in Bucks. Hey, Bill, good afternoon. Who's your Nepo baby?
Well, she was a special correspondent for the NBC News back in 2011.
Right.
And she was paid $600,000 that year.
Yep.
And I don't ever remember seeing any reports from Chelsea Clinton.
She allegedly made 4 to 6 reports total for the $600,000. I would give her 4,
never saw
maybe.
any.
Yeah. Well, I know this story, so that's why I'm saying she did do, if you can call it reports. But I would also include George W. Bush's daughter, who I think is abysmal and is on the Today Show. I mean, not as bad as Chelsea, though. That's true.
Well, apparently she's got the ratings, Jenna. Yeah, apparently.
Well, I wonder about that. That's a great one, though. Chelsea Clinton, Dan, did get paid $600,000 one year. I think she may have done a couple reports here or there. That's a very good one. That is just ridiculous. 855-839-1210. You can get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Let's talk for a moment about Sicily. Talk to our guy out here about the trip, and boy, they are being overwhelmed with people that have fully bought in or have been talking because it's Sicily. They're intrigued by it. Tell us more. Well, I'll give you the phone number. You can call Conservative Tours right now at 888-733-9494 because Talk Radio 1210 listeners, Roe and I, we're headed off to Sicily and Calabria this fall. Mediterranean Europe at its best. That's Sicily. So the best tour operator in the business, Conservative Tours, our buddy Giuseppe will be on with us again next week. To give you an idea of how fabulous this is and exactly what they do, $55.44, that includes airfare. The dining events are legendary. And I would say it's not just the food, the wine, the company of Talk Radio 1210 listeners, Roe and I. It's because they know the spots to really give you a sense of local characters, food, the culture. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. 888-733-9494. You'll also enjoy the Godfather Tour. That's right. All 3 films have shot there, and we go to all those locales, meet the folks. So you get the crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca, ancient, charming, picturesque. Do call them now. Join other listeners. Be with us. Don't put it off any longer. If you wanted to go to Italy, you want to go to Sicily, this is a big deal. 888-733-9494.
Get ready for an exciting night Politics and Pints, Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, 1210WPHT.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at LifeMD.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost thousands of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Bridget's story after losing 55 pounds and using her insurance for coverage.
LifeMD helped me get covered with my insurance. Finding out that it was covered was huge. I've lost 55 pounds. I am so much healthier now that I've lost the weight. I would never be able to do it without them.
Get started today and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it's Dom time. Boy, and our side question is so appropriate. Noted fireman, well, at least pulling the fire alarm, former Congressman Jamal Bowman. Remember him? When it was going to be an advantage to shut down the vote and the government pulls the fire alarm. Commenting on the fact that Deion Sanders' son was not chosen in the first round, says the NFL does not like him because he wears gold chains and talks like a rapper. They don't care. He's a leader, intelligent, tough, and completed 77% of his passes with no O-line and no running game. He's entitled, but Eli Manning wasn't entitled when he refused to be drafted by San Diego. He's not athletic, but that didn't stop Joe Montana, Drew Brees, or Tom Brady. America continues to fear strong black men who come from means, have a strong sense of themselves without submitting to the, quote, dominant culture. Note it. Draft expert Jamal Bowman. Wow. So
I do have more from
How many
Bowman.
Colorado games? How many Colorado games do you think he watched this year?
All right. Do you have more, Dan?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a little more.
We all know what that is, whether we want to, admit it or not. But it's not only that. It's the way Shador dresses. It's the way he talks, and it's his culture, in my opinion. You see him at the draft last night. He's wearing all black. He got the ill chain on, and he talks like a rapper. And you know, I keep hearing, oh, he's entitled. He feels entitled. I don't know. It's like entitled. So like these white boys that came before him don't feel entitled. Eli Manning, when they said he don't want to play for San Diego, don't draft me. Oh, that's not entitlement, but that was acceptable. That was okay for him to do that. But Shador is not entitled. Shador is just tired of being, and I don't know Shador, so let me not, whatever. But I've been in those spaces before. I've been in those spaces. A lot of people don't know. I did some work with the NFL at the Combine before, back in the days, way back in the days.
Plenty fire alarms there.
I've been in spaces like that in education and politics and in sports. He's tired of being poked and prodded at every step of the process, answering the same questions a million times, poked and prodded.
Everyone has to do that, though.
What a lot of these GMs...
I know where he's going.
And not just the GMs, the scouts, the people involved in these evaluations and the drafts and all that. A lot of those people, they want you as a player to submit to them in the process. Whether consciously or subconsciously, they want you to submit. They want to feel like you've submitted to them. That's what they want. And Shador,
All right, so look, they're going to draft criminals. I have a cynical view of the NFL, or near criminals or whatever. They want an edge. They want to win. It's not about that. They don't see him giving them that. Maybe there's a slight bit of resentment of the nepotism. That's a side question today.
Yeah.
All right.
He's not the physical specimen his dad was. That's what it comes down to. He's still a good quarterback.
Right.
Yeah.
But Jamal Bowman worked with the NFL. My God. All right, coming up, one of our favorites. On Twitter, we saw the bear. Remember that stuff with the bird feeders? You had to put them up 10 feet high in Sussex County so the bears couldn't get them. Now, I rely on her. If she says I can't outrace a bear, Dawn Fantasia, I may have to submit to that. That may be true. But she put on Twitter these trash cans that cost $400 and $500, and they were bear-proof. That's how they're advertised. And what do we see? The can ripped open and trash strewn all over the place. It's quite a rage on Twitter, but I always love having her on. We'll talk about a couple of other things, too. So, Assembly Person Dawn Fantasia is next. And give me your reaction to this, all this from the draft. Of course they poke and prod you. That's what the whole process is. 855-839-1210.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into Crash-Proof Retirement for better growth and protection. With the Crash-Proof Retirement System, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have Crash-Proof Retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, May 13th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey,
it's Nick Cale here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Mazda and their huge crossover and SUV lineup. This month, Piazza Mazda is offering 0.9% financing on their award-winning SUVs and crossovers. Choose between the sleek Mazda CX-5, the sporty CX-30, the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90, or the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. Discover your dream SUV with 0.9% financing for 36 months today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a personalized test drive, or shop online at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick Cale sent you.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
That's right, it is Dom time, and the silliest law, I mean, this is top 10 country, all my years doing talk radio, of craziness, silliness, petty tyranny, not understanding rural New Jersey, a bunch of city slickers, telling people in Sussex County and other places, you got to put those bird feeders up, I think it was, to a height of 10 feet so that the bears can't get them. Okay. Well, that gave us Assembly Person Dawn Fantasia, who has been incredible every time we've talked with her, particularly during the drones. So she places on Twitter, and we have the footage of this. You can take a look at this now at youtube.com/1210WPHT. Go to YouTube now. You'll see the footage from the bear-proof trash cans that apparently, if you don't get them, you're going to be fined. And
I think they're ridiculously expensive, too.
They're $300 to $400.
Are you kidding
I think. Me? Yes, for a bear-proof trash can. I mean, I think I have to get out to Sussex County and scare those bears away or outrun them.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That will be the help. So let's go.
You got to ask Dawn that right out of the box.
I will. Okay, right out of the box.
Right out of the gate.
Dawn Fantasia. Look, Dawn, these guys never end up here. Just because I've said a few times, I could beat a bear running down Ridge Avenue. I was at a remote at a diner, and it just came up somehow or another. Come on, I could.
I think she needs, as an elected official, to be the responsible one here and say, as a public service, no, Dom, there's absolutely no way you can beat a bear in a race. Dawn?
Dawn, have you ever seen a bear, first of all?
Have I ever seen a bear? Oh, boy. Seeing a bear is a non-event in Sussex County. Going to battle with a bear and trying to get a bear to go up a tree when you're trying to get your kid off the bus, that's more the norm up by us.
What the heck is going on? Where in the world are you from, Dawn? My God.
North, yonder north.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So you think I can beat the bear then? That's what I heard you say.
You know what? I do not recommend it. I would definitely advise against.
If you have bears this commonly at your avail, can you set it up, Dawn, and somehow grab one of these bears and we can make it happen?
We could do a race. We certainly could.
Perfect.
All right, I'm down for that. Probably throw a football 40 yards to another bear. It'll be a combo. So, Dawn, what a use of Twitter, though, showing now how expensive are these, quote, bear-proof trash cans?
Well, the one that you see, that little gem that screws on, that's the bargain version. That's $149. Now, if you want to go up in plastic to the creme de la creme of the bear-proof can, that's $549.
Oh,
and then they have steel ones beyond that. So, the joke is with these little screw-on ones, there's two ways the bears get it off. One, the video that I posted where a bear nice as you please is figured out, just rotate it, it'll come off. Or what they do is they lay it on its side and they put their full weight on top of it multiple times until the lid shoots off, almost like a projectile, and then they could get, because then the threads disengage themselves, and then they could get the trash out. So, I mean, case in point, there is no such thing as a bear-proof can, and problematically, this legislation wants to fine you up to $1,000, and it says nothing about good faith effort if you had one of these cans and spent your life savings to bear-proof your property. It says nothing about being immune. So that's what led me to post yesterday. I was visiting my parents, and in their neighborhood in the next town over, a bear had gotten into the bear-proof can that screws off, and all the garbage is strewn everywhere. My dad actually went over and picked up all the garbage for the neighbor and put it back in the can, screwed the lid back on, and I didn't check in to see this morning if there was a round two, but this is what happens. This is what happens, and then you have your Phillips and you have your Sterling Stanley, assemblymen down from East Brunswick, who seem to think it's within their purview to tell us how to manage our wildlife or how to manage our trash when we're faced with this.
So is there any corruption in addition to that between the bear proof and somebody, do you think? Or that this is just
I'm looking at this, Tom, and I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but I see these bins here. You don't, no, Dawn, there's because the state forcing people to buy these bins, it seems fishy.
No, my gut is telling me no. I'm not saying that there's not money to be made here as towns strike deals and,
right.
with different manufacturers of these, but I don't think that's the impetus of it. This all came, honestly, from anti-hunting groups.
Yeah.
That's exactly where this came from, because they want to portray the entire problem as it being so easily managed, just lock up your garbage. And don't get me wrong, if you have a means to, if you have a secure garage, I mean, bears have breached garage doors in homes and cars, but if you have something very secure, it makes sense. You're not supposed to leave your trash out or leave food strewn about. However, you need to take into consideration that fining your residents because of a wildlife issue and then mandating that we cannot reduce the population, which is sound and science-backed in a comprehensive black bear management plan. This kills me when this kind of stupidity comes from urban areas, and they're always urban Democrats that get these pie-in-the-sky ideas after talking to anti-hunting groups.
Dawn, is this, I look, as you probably know, every time you're on, I look toward the governor's race, and I hear you. This is not just about bears. This is about a broader issue that a Republican can make the case of. We're sick and tired of these progressives, big city types, trying to, when they have out-of-control cities, Newark and the like, trying to dictate to you how to deal with bears that they know absolutely nothing about.
100%. And the way I look at it is I believe we should have a coalition of rural lawmakers that pass legislation that every time we find a cigarette butt on the sidewalk, because we don't have many sidewalks up here in Sussex, but let's say a sidewalk ordinance that when we find a cigarette butt in Patterson or in Newark, we're going to charge your residents $1,000. We can even the playing field here because we don't have that issue. So, again, it's nonsensical. They need to look inward to their own. Believe me, they have enough issues that they need to deal with in their own cities than to worry about our wildlife and our trash.
And speaking of that, Dawn, if you had to handicap it on the other side, Jersey politics obviously better than I among the Republicans. Would they, in the polling, it's so many of them and so close, the mayor of Newark appears to be, I don't know if it's name recognition or not, the leader. The people that I like Harry Hurley, who come on and quarterback this, tell me Gottheimer would be the one in the end who might be the biggest threat to winning. What do you say?
You know, it's very hard to tell because the polling is all over the place. I do think that there's a benefit to get an extraordinarily progressive, citified mayor who is completely out of touch with the rest of the state. That would be very good for the Republican side. I think that Mikey Sherrill poses somewhat of a threat because she does pose herself as if she's just a real moderate, middle-of-the-road suburban mom, and nothing could be further from the truth. She's just as radical as Ross Baraka. You're looking at your Gottheimers and your Sweeneys as, quote-unquote, the more moderate end of the Democrat field, but to be honest, their polling is so tight, and they release a lot of internal polling, and we know what happens when we see internal polls, right? So to be honest, I do think it's a toss-up at this point. I wouldn't even want to make that prediction.
Anger in New Jersey, though, do you still feel it as we creep toward the primaries and then beyond? Is that going to fuel it? A lot of it, too, we saw in the last election, astoundingly, how well President Trump did. And yet you do have some Republican, well, at least one, Bramnick, who is kind of the anti-Trump guy.
Well, you know, we keep having these issues where the Democrats are called out for their ineffectiveness at the state level. Look at the wildfires, for instance, where my colleague, Assemblyman Mike Ganamort, had been repeatedly asking for a hearing on wildfire management, on controlled burns, and they ignore what comes from our side so many times. Then, when something like what just happened with the wildfires in Ocean County and Barnegat, we have Democrats, and their first response is, you know what, it's Trump. Trump is the problem. He's the one that's going to cut funding. And look at how much funding we need to manage. So their go-to is tired, and the people understand that these fairy tale projected cuts have not happened, if they're going to even happen at all. So the answer will never be pointing outward. Same thing with the electric rate hikes. The answer is point your finger directly back at you. We've been under Democrat stranglehold for 20 plus years. The problem is you. You're the problem. So they need to understand that. And the more they deflect, the more irritated conservatives and moderates get. We're not stupid people. I'm sorry. New Jerseyans tend to be the sharpest tack. So they better get it together, or in actuality, I hope they don't get it together. Keep doing it. Never interrupt the other side when they're making a mistake.
That's exactly right. You mentioned the wildfires. You must have read my mind. It was next here. The number I saw was 15,000 acres. I guess it's even more at this point. They have a suspect of interest. They've arrested someone, a 19-year-old, who just set stuff on fire. And
Correct.
Are you happy with, is the response good enough? In addition to what you said, the control burn before this, there seems to be some communications or some difficulty. At least that's what we hear here, that people are concerned about that.
Well, again, that's, not my neck of the woods. I'm way up northwest, and I understand that's more shore. But, I take my hat off. I tip my hat to all of those firemen and all of those fire agencies that go in and try to battle this when there is miscommunication, perhaps at a higher up level. I would never, weigh in on that or pass judgment on that because it's not within my purview. What I can say is that with correct funding, New Jersey seems to have enough money to throw around to fund swanky art museums and, benefits for those who are here in this country illegally. How about we direct some of that money to critical services like fire services, like dams, like that bill? It was like pulling teeth. It was a root canal to get my bill across the finish line and, to even get Democrat sponsors to jump on something that's so critical to life and limb. It blows your mind when you think about where their priorities are. So to circle back to what you had said, they have a big problem if their answer is pointing fingers and not taking accountability for their own inaction.
Parting question for you. You knew we haven't talked in a while. The drone thing, is that gone away? Are we all resolved? Is it gone into the mist? We don't hear about it as much.
No, it's not resolved. And I think it offered some level of comfort when the president had said, no, this was, authorized prior. However, I don't necessarily think that was a full comfort, because why on earth, if this was FCC approved, stamped, we know that it's happening, why on earth would all of these agencies, including military agencies and police agencies, not be aware of this. So there are still missing parts. There is still drone activity. It has not gone away. The answers have gone away, however. So again, I anticipate with the nicer weather, I'll be up in the sky, and we'll just have to watch and see what develops.
Where do we find you, Dawn? And again, it is priceless, other than that you guys have to deal with that in Sussex County. The stuff you put up on Twitter, though, has an element of humor of these buffoons and having to pay $300 or $400 for trash cans. By the way, I didn't see any. Do people? I paint the address on my trash can in Philadelphia. You put a $300 or $400 trash can out in Philadelphia. Oh man, you're going to see bears or not. That's going to be gone in 2 seconds.
Well, maybe it's not as concentrated of a population, so maybe, but I mean, that the cans could get legs and walk away. They certainly could. Yeah, they could.
Exactly. Where do we find you, Dawn?
Well, on Twitter, Dawn Fantasia _NJ, and then you can just look me up on Facebook, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
Thank you, Dawn. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for coming on as always.
Thank you. Take care.
Dawn Fantasia here on Talk Radio 1210 from the bird feeder story to the Bears now and the $300, $400 trash cans. How can we lose to the Democrats in this race? I don't think it's going to happen for governor, but Jersey, is difficult. It's all there to win. I wish President Trump would endorse in this. I'd love to see that in the Republican primary. Might not be necessary. I think Cettarelli's going to win. And I think he'll do well in the general election, but they still have the registration event. We got Scott Presler, though. All right, phone lines are 855-83. Oh, Frank in Burlington's got a great one. And Lance in South Philly, I was telling Roe about him and the squirrel. Keep your powder dry, Lance. We may need you back. We should have called him when we had the groundhog thing last year.
Why not call Lance?
Well, I didn't remember. We didn't have the thing. We trapped it ourselves, if you can imagine.
This is a man that comes out of retirement for Dom Giordano.
Well, that's true, too. Lance, we had to give that number. We got to keep it handy. We had to trap these groundhogs ourselves. That was the deal. They gave us the cages and all, then they dispose of it in the country.
No, you can't do that.
But we had to trap them. You have to shut the thing and all. I mean, it was not.
That can't be the standard, right?
Oh, apparently it is.
No, because there's like rabies and stuff that these experts have to deal with.
Roe was the one that marched in, not me. I said the same thing you did, Dan. I took the same stance. There's rabies there and everything. Look at these groundhogs.
I kind of want to figure out this answer real quick, whether or not it's standard. Do you want to take one?
Yeah, sure. Let me go to Lance here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
Yes, sir.
Hey, first, give us your Nepo baby. I think this is a real good one.
Well, I'm down here in the gritty streets at B and Allegheny, so this is where I'm at, so it's a little loud. It's Hunter Biden. I just can't take it.
Oh, yeah. White privilege, face of white privilege. Yes.
Yeah, the paintings. He gets kicked out the Naval Academy. The Russia thing where he gets paid to do nothing, and he admits that he doesn't know anything, and he still gets paid.
And then the cocaine in the White House, it wasn't his.
Well, he says it wasn't his.
Yeah, exactly right.
Lance, in your professional life, if you had a guy that called you out to remove some groundhogs, would you just throw him some cages and say, capture him yourself, I'll be back later to gather him?
No. When you set cages, now some companies will say, once it's caught, give us a call. But I never do that. I come back normally every 2 or 3 days, and I never leave them over the weekend. So Friday evening, I pick them up or I close them, and I come back Monday and I reset them. But I never give a customer a cage and say, go for it. Never, ever, never.
I imagine him like Carl Stackler just following the groundhog through everywhere.
Well, Lance, so I will call you in the air the next. And these groundhogs were burying right under the house. I don't know how near the foundation they were. There were 3 of them, too. I mean, this was a massive operation.
Well, the male never stays with the female. He only makes the babies.
Oh, one of those things. I got.
That's horrible. He just ditches the wife.
So which is more problematic to catch and deal with, then, the male or the female?
Normally it's the male.
Okay.
Like that, because the female is easy because she's normally hungry because she may need to feed the babies. But the males, he can get food anywhere. You know, he can get food anywhere. Tearing up a garden, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. But the best thing for them is deterrence.
Okay, and what's that mean?
You can put up fencing.
Okay.
You can put up fencing, stucco mesh, chicken wire, but you got to make sure that the stakes go down deep enough and they're screwed to the post because they can be pretty strong.
Sounds like you got to hire this guy.
You know what, Lance? We may have to have you out here. Rose setting the garden up again. You know, I'll have you.
They'll destroy it.
Yeah, I have your beverage of choice ready. I mean, I'm serious. I'll let you know because we can't go through this again. This was touch and go. Hunter Biden's a great one, though, Lance. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
That's going to be hard to beat. I see another one here, but Hunter Biden, I've said many times, they talk about privilege. He's the face of it. Lance is just an unbelievable caller. That guy's really. Well, it's a male. He just, he has what he wants to do, and he's gone. He doesn't care about the female in the cage. He's gone.
He makes the babies and gets out.
He makes the babies, yeah. All right, coming up, Pam Bondi, I was waiting for this, has now verified they did arrest this judge, and you see her coming out the back door in Milwaukee, who aided and abetted somebody here illegally that was in her courtroom getting away from ICE. These people just are not going to get it, and they're going to be locked up. They locked up the judge in New Mexico and the wife because they had not just an illegal alien, they had the guy from the Venezuelan gang living in their house. So is Kash Patel going to go knocking on the door of Phil Murphy's mansion? Remember, Phil told us he had someone there living in that manner. Then he didn't say they were there still. He kind of backed away. Cash, I think you ought to check that out. Well, the state police won't let you. Lock them up too then. I mean, come on. Does Phil Murphy have somebody illegal?
I have that audio.
In his house. Murphy? All right, here's Murphy.
Yeah, here's Murphy.
Yeah.
Tammy and I were talking about, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
This guy. Is it Miss Kim? We still don't know. And you got haircuts every day then. All right, Kash Patel, that's next. We'll play you Pam Bondi talking about this judge arrested in Milwaukee. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Bridget and Paula Powers, identical twins.
And he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, run, he's got a gun. Our heart started to pound, and I said, well, Mum, where's Mum?
If they want to do mornings, they can go host an hour of Kale and Company.
Powers and Company. See, if I was the news reporter there, I would have asked both of them to say, can you put another shrimp on the ballroom? I just want to hear that.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Welcome in. So as I said, we have this judge in Milwaukee, and I saw her being arrested by the FBI, taken out the back door, apparently aiding and abetting someone who was here in her courtroom illegally, stopping them from ICE. Of course, we have the other instance of the Venezuelan gang member living in the house of a judge and a wife. Both of them are locked up. And then we have this cop in Philadelphia who, as I understand it, was just trying to help this guy in a translating kind of way, and he gets caught up that as a Philadelphia cop, he's trying to hand them over to ICE. And they're going after him, not the guy that's here illegally. They're hunting him down. The mob's here in Philadelphia. Inquirer's got like 10 printed pages today on Fred Herron. And every cockamamie, illegal immigrant, whiny advocate group going after Fred Herron, who's one of my people of the year, for what he's doing in Bucks County. And he's not going to back down on this. He's doing the right thing. He's keeping people in Bucks County safe. He deserves an award, which I hope he'll accept at Mulligan's. You know, we'll get him down there.
A long teeth.
I wish I had like a hotel that said, and you come all the way to shore, you get to stay over the weekend or something. I'm working on that behind the scenes.
Spoiler alert.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That would be, I love that. Could you see the Mulligan's wing? So Fred Herron, under fire. Not these people, out of kindness, this judge. You're going to hear that as the excuse. She's got to be taken out as a judge, and she's got to be put in jail. Here is Pam Bondi breaking some of this news on Fox.
According to this complaint, Judge Diggin was visibly angry that ICE was there to arrest Flores. Ruiz even tried to kick the deportation agents out of the courthouse.
Yeah, and to set the stage for you and Sandra, this was truly horrific. This guy was in court being prosecuted by a state prosecutor for domestic violence battery. He had beat up two people, a guy and a girl, beat the guy, hit the guy 30 times, knocked him to the ground, choked him, beat up a woman so badly they both had to go to the hospital. And John, you know, it's so rare for victims to want to cooperate. They wanted to cooperate. They were sitting in the courtroom with the state prosecutor. The judge learns that ICE was outside to get the guy because he had been deported in 2013, came back in our country, commits these crimes, charged with committing these crimes, victims in court. Judge finds out, she goes out in the hallway, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset, sends them off to talk to the chief judge. She comes back in the courtroom. You're not going to believe this. Takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out a private exit and tells them to leave. While a state prosecutor and victims of domestic violence are sitting in the courtroom.
Wow.
You know, here's the thing with Garcia. Here's the choke point with these progressives, with these Democrats. Pam Bondi just said it there. And that is they're beating up women, and yet this crazed judge still, they'll give her an award. Takes them out through a private exit. Can you just imagine? And they're stunned because they're being locked up. Here's a little bit more of Pam Bondi on Fox.
To them. We are going to prosecute you, and we are prosecuting you. I found out about this the day it happened. We could not believe, actually, that a judge really did that. We looked into the facts in great depth. That's her picture up on the screen, Hannah Dugan, who is now in custody. You cannot obstruct a criminal case, and really, shame on her. It was a domestic violence case of all cases, and she's protecting a criminal defendant over victims of crime.
In fact,
and finally, this is the New Mexico situation where you have somehow or another this alleged Venezuelan, the notorious one gang member, living with a judge who's out now and his wife, and both of them, including the wife. Maybe, I don't know if it's related to the wife or not, and that's why he did it. Imagine not just anybody here illegally, but somebody that's this gang, the notorious gang, and both of them now have been arrested. Here's Bondi.
that the person that they were having living at their home was a truly potentially bad individual.
Yeah, that's the judge up on the screen now who got arrested. Yeah, his name is Ortega. He was is a known TDA member, So he comes through Eagle Pass December 2023. He's living in our country. January 2025, ICE, they get a tip. Tom Homan's done a great job. Our FBI did a great job on this case, too. They get a tip that he is living with a judge and the judge's wife. So they have him arrested first on immigration charges. A Judge Damian Martinez releases him, saying that Judge Cano has a good BS meter and wouldn't let just anyone live on his property.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the associations with this violent Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, and this person that they harbored in their home, he was showing signs through clothing, we were told, tattoos. There was evidence through voice messages and text messages of his association to TDA. So what charges will Cano and his wife face, if any?
So Judge Cano, soon to be former Judge Cano, got his charges were just unsealed. He's charged with obstruction. He admitted post Miranda. He took one of the TDA members' cell phones himself, took it, beat it with a hammer, destroyed it, and then walked the pieces to a city dumpster to dispose of it to protect him. The wife also is charged with destroying evidence. Sandra, not only that, this TDA member, and he had on a necklace that said kill, something about death. He had tattoos all over him. He also had on his cell phone pictures of two decapitated victims, decapitated, gruesome photos, and he was sending them out, and whoever he was sending them to was sending back saying, hey, you need to be careful. You shouldn't be sending these. You shouldn't be texting these photos out. Not only that, these two, the judge and his wife, gave him assault rifles that belonged to their daughter. That's what they're charged with. In the criminal report affidavit, he goes to a shooting range with these assault rifles, with a suppressor, with other known TDA members, and they're shooting.
Okay. If we can't beat these progressives, then we're doing something wrong on the other side. You talk about layup after layup after layup. All right? This should be the point of emphasis of President Trump in these first 100 days. You heard O'Reilly with me, making America safe again. Making America great again, but safe again. Right on top of this. Just in the last 3 minutes or so of what we played you. Democrat judge out the other exit with a guy there for beating a woman. And these two, the judge and the wife, I'm glad they went after the wife too. Destroying evidence, the phone, decapitations. I don't hear Madeline Dean. Madeline, I thought you were going to El Salvador. Is your husband working on a bike deal with them, maybe a sweatshop there? How come you're not in El Salvador yet? Why do we give up on Mr. Garcia so much? Come on, Madeline. The people in Montgomery County want you to be there in El Salvador. Remember you told us that your son and you could be taken in, disappeared? You have a tattoo. He has tattoos. What do you have to say about the judge and the other judge? Wow. Even for the progressive side, this is a banner day. All right, we'll get your reaction. More coming up, too, on nepotism. I really like the Hunter Biden answers so far. Any good ones on Twitter, Dan, that you happen to see, or Henry, you happen to see any that are
pulling it up
plausible?
now.
Yeah.
Marcus Aurelius, man.
Yeah.
He says former Philly fire chief Joe Rizzo. He's going to get in trouble for saying that.
You can argue that. And Rizzo said, well, should I put in charge of it, if not my brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was capable, but he did get kind of jumped over by others who were in line.
How about Charlie Sheen?
I think Charlie Sheen has talent, but yeah, he did. He was one of that group, the Brat Pack, right?
Yeah, Martin.
Yeah.
And
Emilio. Yeah. So if you have talent, you're able to do it. And I'd say that he does in staying power. It's still nepotism.
I'd ask, who's the bigger Nepo baby? Is it Emilio or is it Charlie?
Emilio.
Oh, it's Charlie.
You say,
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, what's the standard, result of Nepo babies? A lot of time you look at Hunter Biden with the craziness of the addictions and such. And then you look at Emilio. What was the prodigal son thing that we talked about last time?
Yeah. All right.
I think Charlie's kind of the prodigal one.
Oh, coming around to the prodigal son. The next time I hear that in church, Father, what about Charlie Sheen and Emilio? I just want to know what your stance is on that.
What are your thoughts on the Sheen?
On the Sheen family, yeah. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Jump in right now. Let's talk about spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. Now, this incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain a healthy cartilage, produce smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio offer. Just use the code RELIEF, RELIEF, to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain, more comfort. Again, just use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Your special announcement in a few days. Where are you going to be, Richard?
I've been invited by the White House, and I will be there to watch the president hand the Eagles Super Bowl trophy.
Goodness.
Very excited.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Rich Zeoli will not do what Sherelle Parker did.
Well, that was good luck though for us, Cal. We gotta embrace the ELGLES.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom and the On Deck Circle. Our TV guy, Neil Zoring's got a lot to report this week, and so do we. Anniversary of Chernobyl was Saturday, and that great HBO series might be a side question on Monday. Frank in Burlington on the side question today. All right, Frank, who do you have that's a Nepo baby?
I think one of the, and listen, I'm going to be honest with you. When I listen to Lance, I have to agree with him, too. But God's honest, I wish I would have thought of that, quite honestly. But I think Bronny James, the son of LeBron James, he was a mediocre player at best for USC, 4.8 points a game, 2.8 rebounds, 2 assists. The guy was like, and he goes in the second round. Like, how does that happen without your dad being named LeBron James? It just doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And then you make the cut, you're on the team still, too, just to, they think, look, it's a deep bench player. We got to do anything we can with LeBron. So that's what happens. That's got to be tense, though, on your own team. I mean, that's not good.
I would think. And I know you would know a lot more about basketball than I do. It just, to me, even like from my perspective, was like, are you freaking kidding me? This is crazy. The other thing, too, you were talking about was Shedeur Sanders and this idea of racism. Cam Ward is the number 1 pick in the draft. He's a black guy. So, like, how are you even suggesting that it's about color? Like it's okay if you have a bunch of white guys.
Yeah, they're claiming because he wears jewelry or he talks like a rapper, they don't want him. And you and I know the NFL is down to the most minuscule edge they can get. The Eagles took Jalen Carter when no one else would because of the upside, but we know what he did, what he was involved in. So they'll do anything to get an edge. So they're going to take this guy if there's the slightest edge. Yeah, thank you, Frank. That's a great one. Bronny James. All right, coming up. Our TV guy, Neil Zorin. We got several things. I like, and I'm very late to it. I've only seen season 2, a couple of episodes.
Yeah, we got to get Neil's thoughts on that.
Yeah, right.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
I get the plot very quickly.
You can't. I know you understand the plot, but you miss out. So. Sorry.
What are we talking about?
No,
you can't jump in.
Henry,
you guys picked up this conversation in season 2.
Dom started The Last of Us in season 2, just starting and picking it up with season 2 without feeling the need to watch season 1.
You can't
do that. Just join a show halfway through it.
Yeah, of course you can. What are you supposed to do? You can't keep up on everything. You guys are such sticklers with all the, don't say that. That might be a spoiler alert.
You're selling yourself short.
Well, if I have time, I'll go back and view it. I don't need to. I just like the one episode so much. It's the best episode I've seen of anything in the last 2 months. that I can't mention or talk about yet until I get the all clear.
With my OCD, I cannot get behind the idea of just picking up a show on season 2.
Yeah, no,
I can't say how bad the ending of the Conclave is. That's a spoiler alert. There's nothing I can say. All right, so Neil, you'll get to rule on this. Be ready right out of the box, and we'll also talk Chernobyl's anniversary. The happening is on Saturday. That HBO series, though, is beautifully done. Biggest indictment you can find of communism and authoritarianism. Beautifully done. All right, it's important to make sure that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning. They'll secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system, that removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Best tasting water ever. Great in tea or just drinking straight up. It provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. Now, the Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water, 46 years of experience. And when they send out one of their guys or women, the customer service, first of all, they know. You don't want someone tramping through the house. They change their shoe, the whole process, immaculate. And then the test, the critical free water test. It shows you the impurities in your water, and then the test that shows the solution. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Get that done. Take care of it. martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the NASDAQ and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. noblegoldinvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Nowadays, everybody's got to go to shrinks and counselors.
This is not good. Worlds are colliding.
Work is bullshit. The work is mysterious and important.
Pivot! And now, Neil Zorin with What's on TV.
That's much better produced than the previous one. That's good stuff. Dan and I just back going by Baltimore trying to see the Domino sugar sign, which we did not.
We were so corny.
Yeah.
We were pulling up on the docks down in Baltimore. It's like, oh, it's the Wire. Yeah, where's the Domino? Yeah.
And I still say that was Stephen Miller. I'm ready to prove it on Monday. I have a team working on that. All right. Mr. Neil Zorn, our TV guy, is with us and might have a film, too. Conclave is streaming now big time. Let's go to Neil. So, Neil, I like The Last of Us, and I've just seen 2 episodes, season 2. I don't need to go back and understand. I've seen enough zombie movies.
It's so wrong.
It's not about the
so
zombies.
wrong.
I will tell you this: the zombies are particularly fast in this, though, and I'm not sure about that.
Well, first of all, I would go back to season 1 if I were you, because one of the things that season 1 does for The Last of Us is provide a lot of texture. You learn a lot about the fireflies. You learn a lot about before there are zombies, people look fairly normal. You see different things about the virus, and I think you understand more, and you get more texture if you watch season 1. Saying that, season 2 comes on strongly. I mean, I think today's installment's going to upset a lot of people because there's a major event in today's in part 2. I'm sure you know it because you watched it. I don't want to give a spoiler alert for that, but I'm wondering about how that affects everything and how that. I know there are flashbacks and things so that a character that is disappearing will return in other episodes. But basically, I think I liked season 1 better, and I'll tell you why. Season 1 was more like a video game, but a good video game. And I think it provided a lot of situations, a lot of characters. Season 2, I'm seeing the politics slip in a little bit more. The psychiatrist, played by Catherine O'Hara, brilliantly, by the way, eliciting something from Joel, the lead character, played by Pedro Pascal. And I'm saying, oh my God, it's turning into 21st century finally. And some of the byplay between that is going to happen with Ellie, the character played by I'm blanking on her name. That's terrible. I see that too, and so I'm a little worried about part 2 and seeing how it's going to play out in the end. I'm seeing little snatches of sort of modernity that I did not see in part 1.
Well,
so I would. So here's what I would do if I were you. I would go watch 2 of season 1. And then go back because it's episodic. Remember?
Yes.
So you have to. It's on HBO, so you're going to have to watch it a new episode each week instead of being able to stream it. So, but you can stream season 1. So I would go back and catch up, and then you'll see how things really develop in season 2.
All right,
and of course,
Dan saying it's
character of Abby, by the way, is interesting in season 2, and I'm interested in her.
Dan saying it, but the guy who told me about Ozark, Neil Zorn, yeah, I got to do it. I mean, it's like you can't go wrong there for eternity.
And like True Detective, it makes sense when you got a new story every
Yeah.
season. But when you're talking something that's an ongoing from the first season, come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Neil, Chernobyl's anniversary, 4/26/86. Hard to believe it was 39 years ago, and I don't know when HBO. I think it was
2019.
2019. Rich Ioy and I talked about nothing else with all going on in the world, particularly the scene where the local Communist Party gets them all stirred up and says, hell no, we're not going to admit to anything. And they all throw a shot of vodka back and jump up and down, and that's what they're going to do. You talk about a compelling series that really showed where Soviet Union, what was going on, and what it leads to.
Well, I think that's true, but I think it goes beyond that. I think the great thing about Chernobyl is it really covered dramatically everything on all the fronts. The domestic front of people involved in it, the overall picture in the town of Chernobyl and in the immediate area of the Ukraine, and I think definitely the political parts of it from the very beginning. I think if I remember the very first scene, or one of the first scenes in it, is the person who was in charge of the plant that night denying anything happening, wanting people to go down and put out fires someplace where it was already impossible. It's already gone by. And also, it has one of the best opening lines. I remember the opening line because I used to quote it a lot, and it was, "What is the cost of lies?" And basically, it says that lies, if told often enough, make us fail to recognize the truth. And then we begin the stories. And it seems like so much that's happening today in what we can call fake news or news in general about, I don't know that they're lies, but they are positions instead of news. And so I think that Chernobyl is onto something with that too. But definitely it's indictment of the Soviet Union, indictment of everything. Unfortunately, the other thing that was indicted in Chernobyl and at Fukushima a few years later was nuclear energy, which I believe, if I were president, I would push nuclear energy. I think it is the cheapest, safest, and except for those two problems, which were really caused by bad construction by the governments. I mean, the Soviet Union put no protections on Chernobyl, and Fukushima was just built where one plant, where if the plant was on a different platform that they reversed, nothing would have happened. But the great thing is the show. And I think people should go back and watch Chernobyl because not only is it good from a political point of view, it's fabulous storytelling. Yeah, and I always credit that for being a British production.
Wanted to get one more in here, Neil. Now, Conclave, Dan, you did see it by now? I know Henry saw it.
I haven't.
I still haven't seen it. Okay.
Homework,
So we can't say how bad.
No, you know what? Put your fingers in your ears if you haven't seen the ending yet. Then I guess.
Spoiler alert.
Well, no, I'm not going to say what it is exactly, but I've never seen a film that I thought was great and then degenerate. Not just the ending, but toward the ending, they had it, Neil, and Ralph Fiennes is just incredible in it. And one of the reasons is I believe this is exactly what they're going to be doing. It's fraudulent, the whole process. It's the politics of it that's more political than anything in the world.
Of course, what Conclave shows you, and Conclave is a good movie, and I agree with you with the ending, although there is Parasite, the best picture of 2019, to show you how things can change in the middle and turn from decent to horrible. And I don't mean horrible in the sense of a horror film. I mean horrible in terms of, I want to vomit and walk out of the theater. But I don't feel that way about Conclave. I don't like the ending of Conclave because I think it's smartass. I think it is, again, very 21st century and
modernity,
sort of done,
right? Yeah,
done for the sake of saying letting people walk out of the office. Oh, what a good boy are we for watching this? But from the point of view of the politics, Conclave is a wonderful movie in terms of, especially Ray Fiennes. I think terrible performances by Stanley Tucci and John Lithgow. They just took their money and walked through it. But Fiennes and Isabella Rossellini and a lot of the European actors are wonderful in it. But what it does most is show you that nobody, including a pope, except maybe for George Bergoglio, who just died as Pope Francis I. Except for that, nobody gets to the top without stabbing people in the back, without throwing people off balconies, and without threatening and saying we're going to expose this. How do you think Barack Obama got Joe Biden out of office? So I think it's a good show to watch based on that, and it's certainly current today. Do you know the viewership of Conclave went up more than almost 300% this week. I think with 280%, it would watch like 7 million hours. People watch 7 million hours of it. And the other thing that went up this week very, very high was the first season of The Last of Us, which had a 150% increase, which we're going to add to.
Well, and Neil, the next time you're on, I will have watched a lot of it. Where did we find you until then, Neil?
You'll find me in the Delaware County Daily Times and related papers.
Thank you, Neil. Thanks very much for full stuff today. A lot of good stuff to watch. All right, coming up at 2:30, we haven't talked to Ian Pryor in a long time. And Dan, he called it the what did he call them? The particular wine with Gorilla in it. Yeah. Chablis, Gorillas, something like that. These people in the suburbs, politically correct. He's involved in that case in Maryland where they told parents, many of the Muslim parents, no, you can't opt out with your pre-K child of a book with characters in drag and bondage and everything else. That was the meat of the Supreme Court this week. It'll give you a full sense of what that testimony was about, what's happened there. Dom's Money Melody we'll get to, too. Here's how you get in, 855-839-1210.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Dom's Money Melody coming up in about 10 minutes. Ian Pryor, this guy was incredible. He burst onto the scene with us because of all the nonsense that goes on in the Virginia, Maryland areas with these very progressive districts, school districts, and towns. And he's involved in the case this week heard before the Supreme Court when Dan and I were in Washington, involving parents who saying, what do you mean we can't opt out over these ridiculous books with pre-K and first grade kids, et cetera? You can't because too many people want to opt out. And a lot of the people wanting to opt out are Muslim parents, which throws another complication in. And Judge Ketanji Brown on the Supreme Court actually said, well, you don't have to go to a public school, go to a private school. Yeah, these people don't make enough to be affording that, and you would strike down school choice. So you're telling them they just have to submit to this craziness still going on in government, much of it even illegal based upon executive orders. He'll be here to lay it out, and it's a case that I think the Supreme Court's going to be 6-3 on. Maybe even one of these judges might say, come on, what do you mean these people can't opt out? You got to make accommodation if you want to go with something, talking with 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, trying to indoctrinate them. No, parents don't have to put up with that. The story that's driving stuff right now, and progressives are reacting, they're saying, this is Trump's America. He's going to disappear judges now. So we have the judges. Are they going to die on this hill? The judges in New Mexico, well, the judge and his wife locked up. They had a Venezuelan drug gang leader living with them, allegedly. And there were all kinds of things that Pam Bondi said about this Venezuelan gang member. How didn't they know? No, they knew, and they tried to destroy allegedly evidence of their knowledge. And then we have the judge telling the ICE officers waiting in the courthouse to go to talk to the president judge in Milwaukee. And while that was happening, allow this guy here illegally, who was in court because he allegedly beat up a woman, among others, to escape through a private exit. And they're trying to say that we're ratcheting up. Trump is ratcheting up. No. Yeah. Dan, can we dip into Fox now? This goofy mayor of Milwaukee is on now saying he thinks showboating's here. Here's the mayor, Cavalier Johnson, the mayor of Milwaukee.
Not necessarily that there was an investigation.
Again, I don't know all the things that happened there, but I'm saying that the way that they went about this, in this ham-handed, haphazard way that this administration has been doing since day one, it's driving people away, or has potential to drive people away from participating in court proceedings, which makes our community less safe. I want people to go to court. I want people to have their day in court. I want people to hold folks accountable in our judicial system, but the actions of this administration are driving people away from doing that, and that's not good for public safety in Milwaukee.
All right, let me break that down with this guy. Thank you, Dan. Cavalier Johnson. This is what we hear all the time, why we can't go against people to hear illegally. Oh, if you do that, they're not going to report anything. I don't care if they report it or not then. That's on them. And this idea that it's grandstanding, locking this judge up there, they should have taken her out in shackles. This that was done to many people here. And they sent a message, no, you're not going to harbor people that beat up women or are gang members in your home, and you're not going to remove them from duly authorized people, the ICE agents, who have every right to be there. And this is a good place to catch up with this guy. Would this judge rather have them try to catch up with him on the street or in his home if he's armed? That's why they're doing that. So the hero of this week, and you're going to see more intensity on this. It's already starting. Now, Diane Marseglia hasn't weighed in that I know yet, but she will out in Bucks County. It's Fred Herron, who was on the show on Wednesday, the sheriff there, who is partnering with the task force of ICE around added powers to assist, particularly with people that are here illegally with criminal behavior. And I think Bucks County officials, I have not seen Republicans, will do it. I think they ought to have a ceremony for this guy. I think we ought to give him awards to send a message. No, you're not going to kill us. You're not going to attack us. We support people like Herron, who are protecting people across this entire area, because these illegal criminals from Philadelphia, they go to the suburbs too. If he catches them there, helps to catch them there, I want to keep a list of that. So this mayor in Cavalier Johnson, the mayor of Milwaukee, both saying it's grandstanding to be picking up somebody illegally who is violent at the courthouse, and also complaining it's grandstanding, going after the judges. Now, this is a good day. Locking up the people in New Mexico and the wife who harbored, allegedly, this guy that was in the drug gang. And we don't hear about Mr. Garcia the last couple of days. They're calling for a boycott of El Salvador. Who's going to El Salvador? What are we boycotting? And just like the NFL draft, Madeline Dean is on the clock. Remember, she told us, here's Madeline Dean, Henry, this at her town hall. She told us about this. This is Madeline, cut one.
That the Republicans can get into the prison and do photo ops and everything, and Senator Van Hollen can't talk to him or get in to see him, or...
I don't know, but I'm very proud of Van Hollen for going there. We are also looking for a trip for me. I will do everything in my power to go there. And I don't know about you, we had a slide where we had all those white sheets. Here's a word I didn't think I was going to be using: the disappearing of people. When did we start thinking about the disappearing of people? I mean, I'm somebody who cares about words. We're a family that cares about language and words. And people are just disappeared off the street. That man was disappeared from his child. In front of his child, he was disappeared. And you saw the way they treated those men without humanity, shaving their heads, making them look like they are less than, disappearing them. So I'm damn proud of Van Hollen, and we, members of the House, will go. We've asked for a trip, a congressional delegation. The majority will never approve that, so we're just going to go on our own dime.
Oh, that's, when do you ever pay for anything? The hypocrites of the year. That's the Dean of Decency, okay? She went on to talk about how she has a tattoo and her son has several.
You can play that as well.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's a good one. It's shorter. Are they going to be disappeared?
And wrote that beautiful poem reminding us any one of us could be disappeared. My son has a lot of tattoos. One of them's a crown. He might be disappeared. I have a tattoo. My husband thinks we should write an article. My son and I might both be disappeared. You just don't know who might decide to judge you with extraordinary powers and disappear you.
Sitting comfortably out there in Bluebell, the Dean of Decency, before she goes home to her mansion, which was built, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer, on the backs of people making bicycles under very difficult, if not horrific, duress in China.
Decency.
And she brought up the decency when she was first running. There was a rainstorm. A guy shows up all rained on, and he said, I walked through the rain to get and see you. Go to Washington and restore decency. You know what that meant? That's right. Trump is indecent. You're decent. You're Madeline Dean. Goofy people in Montgomery County. You got the Dean of Decency. You have the Mr. Softy guy there. What is in the water in Montgomery County? All right. So it's amazing. They seem to have given up a bit on Garcia. They can always pivot back. But now they're going to go on this judges thing and how we're making people unsafe by taking people off the streets in a controlled environment where he probably can't have a weapon, who beat up a woman and maybe multiple, and in the other case, taking the judges in at their home and the wife, who were harboring, according to a lot of material out there, a vicious gang member from Venezuela. You can't make that one up in New Mexico. What is this judge thinking, though? That the Trump administration, the FBI, is going to let her get away with this? They're not. They're going to come after you even harder here. They're sending a message. You can think you're going to keep on howling in this manner, as Democrats are. That's not going to stop it. America supports this as we come to the 100 days. It may not support the tariffs and some of the situation going on there, but they certainly support Trump on the border, illegal immigration, and stopping criminals. All right now, though, as usual, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
By the way, I have to read it again in this manner. You will win a pair of Fandango movie codes to see Thunderbolts from Marvel Studios, only in theaters May 2nd. Still, is that the gag? You can only see it one day? It can't be.
No,
It
you'd
just
hope
can't
not.
be. No. You could probably see the movie.
It's that
a
word
lot.
only. Why is that in there?
Yeah, in theaters May 2nd. You know,
Only in
well, it's
theaters
trying
May
to
2nd.
distinguish. It comes to the theaters on May 2nd.
Yeah,
but you can see the codes that way. Before,
Oh,
I
you know
guess.
why? Because all the
Yeah.
streaming releases, it's saying
Right,
it's only
okay.
in theaters. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you can do it either way. Henry or Dan, what do we have?
So obviously today, that side question, we're asking for those all-time Nepo babies. Of course, I'm going to bring you a Nepo baby for the Money Melody. It's only fair.
Yeah.
So this Nepo baby is the daughter of two famous actors. I just kind of want to leave it at that, but I'll give you a little tidbit here. She is also the star, or one of the stars, in a very popular TV show.
Tell the network. Come on.
All
I
right.
don't want to tell the network.
No, you got to tell the network.
Fine. A very popular Netflix show.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to play a bit of her music, as she's also into the music side of things as well. I'm going to play a bit of her music. I want to know who this actress is. All right, let's take a listen.
He said he could see through to your core, and you thought his heart was open like yours, that he was just trying to hide it, that he knew you better than you did, said you were a sweet thing in a tough spot, that you just needed to let your guard down.
Can I give a clue about his mother or her mother?
Of course you can do that.
Sure, why not? You're going to do it anyway.
All right, her mother received a Buddhist upbringing, spending altogether around 2 years in India before moving to Massachusetts. Yeah.
Wow.
I just want to know, is that song ever over? This woman, I'm not listening to this. Like, let me bail out. Sorry to listen.
Say a much better actress than singer,
I
for
hear
sure.
you. The pace. Oh, my goodness. All right, so we're looking for the better actress, not the singer here. She's both.
Yeah, she's
It
both.
is. Okay.
Give
Hit
her
us,
the name.
Yeah, hit us with that, and you'll be able to.
Let's say, Dom,
yes.
her father appeared in one of the all-time favorite movies of Dom Giordano.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's going through a, yes,
Includes
my top
an
10.
actor who's usually a comedian, but acting in a
Okay.
dramatic fashion.
Oh, yes.
Makes
Yeah.
a grandstand, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I got it. 855-839-1210. You get in. By the way, too, the winner this week, in addition to that, on the side question, this is our favorite of the week, $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar with Jim Harvey there in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. And that has been for umpteen straight weeks. Let's keep it going, Jim. All right, hit us with that. We'll get more on the side question, too, coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and every month we shine a spotlight on an outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Be here Wednesday, May 7th, as we honor U.S. Army Reservist State Senator Tracy Pennyquick. Our Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. That's Wednesday, May 7th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Uma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Uma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local Park Friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Big news, Cherry Hill! The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's right. All right, it's an actress. There's a nepotism thing and a bit of a singer here. Identify this person. Here's the clue.
Good singer.
All right, Jason in Clarksboro. Hey, Jason. Afternoon. Who is it?
Maya Hawke.
All right, there you go. We'll put you on hold. That's hard to believe. Nicely played. And so it's Ethan Hawke. Dan, you say you think he broke out in Dead Poets
According
Society.
to Wikipedia, that was his breakout role. Was Dead Poets Society, 18 years of age. Yeah.
No, he was only 18 in that.
Yeah,
I
18.
remember. He was a central character pulling toward standing up there. And Dead Poets Society, the scene at the end where they all stand on top of their desk is... He's one of the leaders of that.
Curious, Dom knows though. Do you know who the mother of Maya Hawke is? I want to play this along.
Okay.
So you once took a call from a good friend of hers when he tried ringing into OGL, and you took the interview. Remember?
Tarantino's
and Tarantino often used a female in his films.
She was the lead, or at least one of the leads, in 3 of his films.
Yeah.
Oh. That's her biggest 3 movies by far.
Yeah, I don't know.
Uma Thurman.
Okay.
And she spent some time in India, Dom, as a Buddhist,
oh, my God. Okay.
And it should be noted that if you don't know who Maya Hawke is, she plays Robin in the hit Netflix show Stranger Things.
There you go.
I did not know who that is. Okay. So is she a Nepo baby, or is she a Nepo baby but not bad?
Remains to be seen.
Okay.
I don't know if I've really seen her in anything else besides Stranger Things.
Look, I don't know. She's very. She looks a lot like Uma. I gotta be honest.
for sure.
But
didn't get Ethan's genes.
I mean, she's been in Inside Out now. She was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood because of Quentin, right? So.
Right. Yeah. And that was more of a.
So I think it's kind of nepo-ish, right?
Yeah.
But she didn't. She might have had like a line in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I don't even remember her being.
Ethan Hawke is the trainee in Training Day. I believe that's
Yes.
Ethan Hawke. Yes.
Yes.
He's very good in that role. And I think that was the first, maybe the only Oscar for lead that Denzel won for, which is shocking to me. It's not a great film, but his character is one of a kind.
I also
mean,
love
it's
Ethan Before Sunrise. That's a great movie.
Yeah. Now, he's an art film guy, too. I saw him in something else. Okay, now, a little bit more on some of the cuts Dan provided from Pam Bundy. Apparently, this judge, it's being claimed now, in Milwaukee, knew that this Flores Ruiz guy was wanted by ICE, who were outside the door. She led him to a non-public area of the courthouse, private. A foot chase ensued. Now, can you imagine this mayor saying public safety? A foot chase ensued throughout the entire courthouse, and they apprehended him ultimately. The judge was visibly angry that ICE was there to arrest him. So tell us again how making them have to race through a courthouse with potential other criminals, etc. This woman has to go to jail. All right, Dan, you have a little bit more of that? Yeah, okay.
I have the cut from earlier if you want to replay it.
Okay. I don't remember saying that part, the courthouse.
Yeah,
but,
here you go.
Okay.
Deportation agents out of the courthouse.
Yeah,
Okay.
and to set the stage for you and Sandra, this was truly horrific. This guy was in court being prosecuted by a state prosecutor for domestic violence battery. He had beat up two people, a guy and a girl, hit the guy 30 times, knocked him to the ground, choked him, beat up a woman so badly they both had to go to the hospital. And John, you know, it's so rare for victims to want to cooperate. They wanted to cooperate. They were sitting in the courtroom with the state prosecutor. The judge learns that ICE was outside to get the guy because he had been deported in 2013, came back in our country, commits these crimes, charged with committing these crimes, victims in court. Judge finds out. She goes out in the hallway, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset, sends them off to talk to the chief judge. She comes back in the courtroom. You're not going to believe this. Takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out a private exit and tells them to leave. While a state prosecutor and victims of domestic violence are sitting in the courtroom.
Yeah, the part I mentioned that was a little bit new to me, and they said it at the beginning, the chase ensues across the entire courthouse. That's what they said initially on this. I mean, these people have to go to jail. She's got to be out of there. The guy in New Mexico and the wife, they are going to go to jail, I would predict. Democrats are now saying, look at Trump. He's ratcheting up even more. And you know what America's saying? My God, put him in jail. Put him in jail for a long time, both of these. How's that making us safer? Their actions here. They just think they'll get away with it. They're judges. You can see it in Philadelphia. Every day they do whatever the heck they want. Krasner could potentially do something like this. I wouldn't put it past him. Nothing's going to happen to me. The Philadelphia Inquirer's on my side. Let's go to Jeff in Hatboro on the Nepo baby thing and Jamal Bowman. Hey, Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, pleasure to talk to you guys.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'm the other Jeff from.
Another Jeff from Hatboro. Okay.
The neighborhood. Yeah,
Okay.
I have to bow to.
Okay, we got two
Mr.
Jeffs
Clark.
from Hatboro, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Bowman. I mean, I guess he just started following the NFL too. You know, he puts these comments out there, and it reminds me of Smollett a little bit. There's people out there, I think that being a racist is worse than a pedophile. And that's just ridiculous. But there is no DEI in pro sports that I ever have seen. And that seems like
I would say this potentially in the past. I would say now it's very limited because again, I mean, here's a case in point. Look at Howie Roseman.
Well, why is it limited?
Well, it's limited because it's been out because they want to win, and there's no place
Exactly.
other than that. And look at Howie Roseman trading a 5th-round pick just to move up one pick, just to secure that nobody else could get in there and get the guy they want. That's how
Right.
intense these guys could work for the CIA. They would be better than the CIA people. Well, that's how intense it is. So they don't care. They're going to get the guy that they want. Who do you have, Jeff? That's Nepo baby.
Yeah, Louis Giamona, former running back for the Eagles in the late 70s. You know,
Yeah, that was Dick Vermeil's nephew.
correct.
Yeah.
He took a lot of flack in the press for that, having him on the team. I was in my late teens. I learned a new word, nepotism. I never even heard that word. And, you know, so then all of a sudden, and then Wilbert went down, and then he came in. He had a 100-yard game backing him up.
I remember that. Yeah, he was undersized, but he was ferocious the way that he played. But even then, people were dropping the nepotism. It was his nephew. Dick Vermeil, though, so tough. He was one of the new age of coaches sleeping in the thing and all. I don't know, you know, your nephew and all, but he's got to face, you know, the family. He wanted to win beyond almost anybody you've ever seen. So, guy was a decent player, bomb squatter, that kind of. He was willing to do anything. Okay, coming up, Ian Pryor. We first met him. He just popped, I guess, stand 4 or 5 when you were starting almost, I think. And the Chablis mob or something, he called them, in the suburbs of Virginia, Maryland, these Tony towns, affluent. Now we have this Supreme Court case. You can't opt out of the most ferocious stuff that your kid has. You're only told, well, then get out of the public schools. That's what the progressives are saying. Otherwise, you're not going to have a safe ground to opt out. We'll talk with him about that case and its meaning coming up, and we'll get some more on the nepotism thing. You know, it's said you don't just visit Sicily. You're going to fall head over heels in love with it, not just because of Sicily and all the people that have been there, because we're there too. You're going with Ro, me, and tons of Talk Radio 1210 listeners. By the way, they even advertise with other talk stations. We've done the last one to Rome and Venice. There were people there that were consumers of talk radio, met us. It's that kind of camaraderie. After all, the people that take us to this Mediterranean hotspot in Sicily and Calabria, they're called conservative tours. That's who they are, Ken Chase. The best that you're going to find. All this, $55.44, that includes airfare. The dining events alone, they're the very best. The food, the wine, and the local color that you get. But we'll hit bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call them now, or if you've already called and gotten the information, sign up. Let's get going. We're increasing the numbers every day. 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. Don't forget the added bonus, the Godfather Tour. We visit locales from the movie, all three. The Crown Jewel of Sicily, Taormina, Savoca will hit, the Valley of the Temples, Mount Etna, Sicily, ancient, charming. Call 888-733-9494.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Odyssey and Wendy's are partnering to help children in foster care find forever homes. Here's your chance to help this effort and enjoy a delicious Wendy's Frosty treat. Now through May 25th, simply head to any participating Wendy's and purchase a book of 6 free Junior Frosty coupons for just $1. The net proceeds will help the Adoption Center find forever homes for children in foster care. So head to your nearest Wendy's and buy a Frosty coupon book today at participating Wendy's while supplies last.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
We'll finish off the work week with warm and dry conditions. Clouds will be on the increase today with a high temperature once again around 80 degrees. For tonight, mostly cloudy with some showers developing late with a low 62. And for Saturday, mostly cloudy, some showers around mainly during the morning with a high 78.
The wait is over. Acura's all-new premium compact SUV, the 2025 ADX, is now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit piazzaacura.com to schedule a test drive today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, an old favorite of ours is with us. Well, old, and he hasn't been on in a while. Ian Pryor burst onto the scene because of all the nonsense, as I believe at the time it was in Virginia, and what they were doing around the #1 rated school in America. And is that abated a little bit? Well, in Maryland, we have this story where now parents are told, and we've been playing the Supreme Court cuts of this, kids as young as pre-K cannot opt out from this indoctrination around trans characters, the agenda, the whole thing. Usually they say, we're going to do it in schools, and you're going to have to go to the trouble to opt out. Too many people want to opt out. Ian Pryor is with America First Legal. He's a senior advisor there, the group founded, I think, by Stephen Miller, who I did see in Washington the other day, just saying. Let's go.
It's not him.
Let's go to Ian Pryor. Was Stephen Miller in Washington the other day, Ian? Do you know?
I would assume so. Yeah.
I saw him. We were at the White House, and I'm being told, and it was a youngish-looking guy who was bald, talking on the phone. And
Ian, this guy sees a youngish guy with a bald head, skinny, angular features. Stephen Miller.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I see him on the lawn all the time doing those great interviews, so I'm sure he was there.
All right, thank you, Ian, for that. So, Ian, the phrase you used, the Chablis mob, was that it?
Chardonnay Antifa.
There you go. Yeah, that's it, coming around this. So this attorney the other day, I don't know if you were at the court or not. I know you're advising in this. Really, with a judge like Gorsuch, Alito I've had on the show, and Alito will come back at you. Gorsuch is not that type of guy. This guy was a punk to me, and the stuff he was arguing when Gorsuch said, well, I have read it. What are you talking about? It's not just a book on the shelf that we're talking about. and the characters are in drag and leather and everything else. But the stunning thing, what's their argument why you can't opt out with a pre-K kid or first grader on this?
I mean, it appears that their argument is it would be unworkable because so many people would opt out, which, I mean, that ought to tell you everything right there. But, you know, what you see with these sort of woke school boards is this is their worldview. This is their belief on how government works. You elect us to the school board, and we get to do everything we want. And if you don't like it, you can just elect a new school board next time. Of course, we know that's not how things really work, especially when you live in a very blue district, for instance, and these are not high turnout elections, and a lot of people don't pay attention to what's going on at their local school board. And of course, you have this little thing called the United States Constitution, which means that you don't just get to do what you want and wait till elections, but they sort of believe in pure democracy, right? Whereas we have a system of checks and balances. And so that's really the problem that you see across America is these school districts, they don't believe that the law applies to them. They don't believe the Constitution applies to them. All they think matters is that they get elected and they can do whatever they want.
That is well put. And Judge Ketanji Brown essentially added to that in her bubble and saying, well, if you don't like it, you can just go to a private school. Well, she can, but a lot of these people apparently can't.
Yeah, and I think, Justice Jackson there made a great, compelling argument for school choice.
Yes.
But we don't currently have school choice throughout the country. And, yeah, I mean, the tone deafness of that comment, I think, was just absurd. And I think it was Justice Alito that kind of came back to that and said, well, yeah, look, if you're a lawyer arguing before the Supreme Court, chances are you're able to send your kids to private school or you're a Supreme Court justice or a judge. But for most people, you can't do that. And so you become captive to what the government is doing to your children. And there was a lot of talk in this, in the oral argument about, well, are these things just on the shelf? No, they're not on the shelf. They have to read them like 5 times a year to these kids. And that's where you get that Gorsuch moment where he's going through some of these books and doing it. And I thought it was hilarious. It's not funny, but it is funny in some ways, but sort of the deadpan manner in which he was like reading this stuff,
And also, why is this? I mean, I have my suspicions why. I couldn't quite tell. They were arguing about, well, is this a part in human sexuality? Why do you have it in the English curriculum and literature? Is that so they can do it more? Why are they doing that?
Yeah, so my understanding is that, things like family life education, it's mandated by state law that there is an opt-out there, right? As opposed to sort of at the local level. So you've got a mandated state opt-out for health. And so people will take advantage of that. Now, they can't change the state law, so they're like, well, we're just going to put this in English. We're going to use it. We're going to hide it in English. Therefore, you can't opt out because there's no state law, and we're not putting it under the family life education rubric.
Ian, when I'm watching this, I think back to even Joe Biden agreed with this, the Hyde Amendment, which said, look, America is so divided over abortion, you don't have to fund this. This opt-out thing is very similar to it. It was always, look, you're going to be inconvenienced. You may not like it. It's a lot of yada, yada, yada. But we always are going to do that just as a matter of protecting themselves or throwing you a bone. They're saying no bone here. We're not doing it.
Yeah, I think there was also a lot of talk about is Montgomery County Public Schools sort of the only school district in America that's doing this? Maybe in some way, maybe in having a formal no opt-out policy. It may be the only school that's doing it. But I'll tell you that other schools are certainly doing it just in an informal way. So, for example, you find out that your child is 6 years old and has to listen to a reading about a book on how a doctor guessed at your sex when you were born. And you call up the teacher and say, well, I don't want my kid to do this anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that we just don't have a process for that. So it really amounts to the same thing at different school systems. It's just that Montgomery County Public Schools was so blatant about it, where they said, well, we have an opt-out, and now we're just going to get rid of it. And I think that's that's clearly something that concerned the Supreme Court. And look, I think Justice Kavanaugh was his exchange was really interesting. He talked about Maryland. He said how he lives in Maryland. Maryland was a bastion for religious freedom. And then he said, is this really the hill you want to die on? And followed up with, basically almost saying to the attorney for Montgomery County Public Schools, hey, look, I think you've done a decent job arguing here because you got a crappy case.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
That was what I read into his comments. And, I think you're looking, if you're counting, I count at least 5 justices that would most likely vote in favor of the petitioners. But I also, I couldn't really tell on Roberts because he didn't have many questions. But I also thought what was interesting is Justice Kagan, because she's not quite as I'm just going to go the farthest left I can. She actually thinks through some things, and she seemed very concerned with some of this stuff. I think she was struggling with, well, how do we shape a decision that's limited in some fashion? Where's the limit? Where do we draw the line? But I mean, she said flat out that, look, I could see a lot of parents being upset about this stuff for reasons beyond religion, which is absolutely correct.
One other area here, too. Tell us about the secret sauce in this. A number of the parents, or at least some, are Muslim. And again, this school district doesn't even seem to care about that. Usually we've seen this battle that they tread lightly, and there's got to be some opt-out because they don't want to conflict with that group.
Yeah, I think that what you've seen in a lot of cases is sort of a unification of these parents that transcends religion, right? I mean, it's Christians, Islam, Judaism, right? Hindus, all of them are starting to band together on these issues. We've got a case out in Bethel, Ohio, that it's Christians and it's Muslims. They don't appreciate the fact that their daughters have to use a bathroom with males. And I think it's like everything else with the left. They're gonna go where they think they're gonna be lauded the most as saviors, right? And so they'll be more than happy to ignore people that they may have advocated for in the past, based on what their new flavor is, right? And that is, okay, well, now we need to stick up for the 2% of people that actually support this transgender lunacy. And that's where they are, because they have no moral conviction. If they had a moral conviction, they'd sit there and say, all right, well, look, the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, that's a pretty important one. Transgender, whatever you think of that, it's not an immutable characteristic. We have to apply some standards here, and somebody unfortunately is not going to get all of what they want. But no, they're not going to do that. They're going to stand up for the most ludicrous proposition and fight for the one person whose parents are the loudest and will make their lives the most miserable.
Exactly.
And those people are the ones that want these books read to your children in class.
Ian Pryor, great to have you back as this continues. Where do people find you?
They can go to aflegal.org. We've got a lot of cases in this area, and we're always looking for more. And I think that certainly since November, we're seeing some great action from the administration as well. So we're going to keep up this fight.
Ian, thank you. It's always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Ian Pryor here on Talk Radio 1210. We'll have more next week, maybe the parents at some point. As this continues, he's right. It could be 7-2 on this, although I'm not sure of Amy Coney Barrett. It is the lightning round now coming up, and we'll get a winner for that $50 gift card, 855-839-1210.
Yo, it's Coop. You want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Of course you do. Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity, stream with a voice-activated remote. You can just sit back and enjoy, dude. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, you can game, you can work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to Most Fios TV. And this is so cool, get a Samsung 43-inch class TV. Yes, a TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you. Connect all your devices at once at the speed that you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For VZ gift card, must maintain Most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever's first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25. All supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Coming off, and since it's night, we still haven't seen the Sanders guy drafted yet. He'll get drafted tonight, though. That'll be an outrage. We'll get Jamal Bowman on the show. I'm telling you, that would be explosive.
Job.
Okay. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe, who's that Nepo baby?
Every time over the years I've seen him at those Senate Ethics Committee hearings, and the violators were sitting there taking it from this guy, I begged my TV, screaming at my TV, just look at this guy and say, he's going to teach me about ethics. Can we get somebody else in here? Anybody but him, because he left a woman to drown in a creek, and that's Ted Kennedy.
As Tom Maher would call him, Senator Hot Pants. The
What
chap
does he
of
know
Quiddick.
about-
The chap of Quiddick, yeah.
What did he know about ethics? But he was put in his place because of
Right.
who his father was.
Yeah, you can make the argument the other Kennedys, as thuggish as they were at least the real deal, not Teddy Kennedy. That's a good point. Earl of Tacony. Earl, who's yours today?
I have the oldest one, I think, the original Nepo baby. Robert Gascoigne Cecil, the third Marquess of Salisbury, was the British Prime Minister in 1887. He went and he appointed his unqualified nephew, Arthur Balfour, as the Chief Secretary of Ireland. So one day he was a nobody, then he was Chief Secretary of Ireland, and Bob's your uncle. That's where the term Bob's your uncle comes from, where anything that's easy to do, mainly because you have family connections, Bob's your uncle.
Gotcha.
Wow.
It reminds me,
Today I
Dan,
learned.
of Jim McGreevy. You know, it's one thing if you have a friend, you know the McGreevy backstory. If not, I'll tell you off air. He appointed the friend.
Yes, I know it.
If he appointed him in Jersey Secretary of Trash Removal, that's one thing. He was, as I remember it, Secretary of Homeland Security in Jersey. This was after 9/11, too. That's pretty bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe of, yeah. Joe of Exton. Joe, who's yours?
It's a very Joe answer today.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and a good Easter Friday.
Oh, you did!
Yes.
Combo, Joe.
Nicely played, Joe. Keep it going.
Every day,
yes.
Joe.
Yeah,
Good
every
job.
day, yes.
Speaking of nepotism, the ultimate example of nepotism is that of God the Father sending his Son, Jesus Christ, to rescue mankind from the polytheism of the Egyptians and the Romans.
Joe, who was he going to send instead, though? It's not like he had, like,
Well, and Joe, I don't think
Frank
it's an
over in the
advantage.
corner. It's like, I'm going to pick my son
Right.
Jesus
He's-
over
He's
here.
going to be crucified to sacrifice for us,
That's not
Joe.
it, yeah.
I mean, that's all right, Joe. Thank you. We're getting in trouble. I don't see it that way, Joe. That's not nepotism. I got the role. Well, wait a minute. What's involved in the role? Surely it can't be that. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Dan, who do you like here?
I like Joe's answer today. I thought that was fun, I
Right.
guess. Question mark. Frank in Burlington, Bronny James, Lance in South Philly, Hunter Biden, another big answer.
Yes, Henry?
I'll throw in Chelsea Clinton.
Yeah, that was a
Oh,
good
that's
one.
a good answer, man.
I
forgot
gotta,
about that one,
I gotta
yeah.
go with Hunter Biden. Lance, the
Yeah,
whole.
we should
further-
take it
yeah,
off.
yeah. I mean, that's we didn't think it. Hunter Biden. All right, we have 5 winners now, and we're going to roll the dice.
Yeah. So
Or
run
die.
through them real
Yes.
quick.
Yeah.
Nicknames on Monday. Drew an upper derby with El Popo Alfonseca, played for the
Okay.
Phillies. Tuesday, shocking deaths. Kristen Malvern with Rush Limbaugh. Wednesday, famous addresses. Joe in Columbus said East Street and 10th Avenue. Yesterday, we asked for that all-time bad idea. Tom Marlton with Prohibition. You just heard it there. That all-time Nepo baby
Mhm.
Lance in South Philly. So if we do a little drum roll and roll the dice here. You're going to like this, Dom. Number 5, Lance in South Philly. You are this week's winner.
Hey, Lance, remember that when you get a call at about midnight. I got a groundhog problem, Lance. Get
Did
over
Earl
here.
give me a weighted dice? That's 2 weeks in a
Yeah.
row. We rolled a 5 for a Friday
yeah.
winner. Yeah.
I was just rolling it earlier because there are
All right.
holes in this thing. I didn't want to
Yeah.
sure if
Earl, what are you doing to us, man?
it was
All
affecting
right,
the rolls.
so Lance, you have a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Bob Harvey, Jim Harvey, does unbelievable work there. So get on over this weekend. Ro loves the seafood salad at Gallows. All right, good stuff. And Lance, well deserved. Monday, I know Scott Presler's got a lot to report on Monday. National Day of Prayer coming up. So one of it really just sweetheart coming on to talk about that. There's a local version of it, but we're counting down to the 100 days, which happened on Wednesday, and we'll be bringing some people in on that. Have a great weekend. Follow on Twitter, though, until then, at DomShow1210 and DomShow1210. And I played today. Jalen Hurts not answering. Is he going to the White House on Monday? I don't know what time they're there. Henry, do you happen to know? Is it around noon or so?
Not
Usually,
off the top of my head, no.
Oh, come on. They got to be there at noon so I can win a pizza.
Has to be.
Because I would say 2 or 3 are not going to go. All right. Matt Rooney is in for Rich today in studio. He's next. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Ocean City Music Pier on Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Merrill Reese. When you think of Impriano Roofing and Siding, you probably picture a sturdy roof for beautiful siding. Did you know they offer stunning entry doors, from secure steel and fiberglass doors to gorgeous glass designs? Impriano gives your home a fresh, beautiful look, all while keeping it safe and secure. Imagine vibrant